Happy Tuesday, everybody. I am Bruno Chiaratori, a BSV fan since the very beginning, the very first version in 2019. I am also a Stanford graduate, MBA class of 2012. And for the last 8 years, I've been an entrepreneur, like a lot of us here. I'm a founder of Hashtags. We're a company in a quest to bring high-quality crypto investing to investors all over the world. We nowadays have a large presence in Europe, in the US, where I'm based, but we have very proud Brazilian roots. And as such, it's an honor for me to facilitate today the conversation with these two remarkable Brazilians. Luana Lara. So Luana is a founder of Kalshi, a pioneer in the space of prediction markets. At only 29, Luana has also been breaking her own records as a female business leader. Luciano Huck, I'm sure most of you will agree, needs little introduction. What I'll remind us here for the purposes of our conversation is that Luciano has been for over 2 decades telling the stories of Brazilians that a lot of people don't tell the stories of. And he, of course, has a lot of great perspectives on this. I'm sure he's thought a lot about how these stories can evolve to a happy ending. So, Luana, Luciano, I'm sure the crowd is eager to hear from you both here, so let's jump right into it. I'll take my seat here. Welcome. Luana, I'm compelled to start with you. You have a very peculiar background, which I'll give cues about here. Before attending MIT, before founding Kalshi, you were a professional ballerina, right? If I'm not wrong, you performed in Austria to Swan Lake, and then you left to pursue your own academic and professional endeavors. I have to ask you, are there things that this peculiar background taught you that you've been using now in your entrepreneurial journey, and what are they?
Yeah, no, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here. It's funny, that question, because I think in a lot of ways I have a very, very weird background. But I think a lot of the reasons that Kalshi is where it is now has to do with, I think, a lot of things I learned growing up. I think one of them, with ballet, obviously comes a lot of discipline. It really is about, like, it doesn't really matter how bad your day today is, if you got injured or not, or whatever happened. You need to be there the next day, and you need to train again, and you need to be there the next day, and kind of having that mental, kind of like that psychological thing of, it doesn't really matter what's happening. You need to keep pushing and keep doing what you're doing, and having kind of a very stable mentality is very important. And the other thing about ballet that also helps is this, like the concept of delayed gratification, right? Like in ballet, you're training for like over a year to have, 1 hour on stage. And it's kind of like the most important thing is, like, you go through that very painful, rehearsing every day, hours a day, getting all these things to get 1 hour, and keeping yourself motivated and disciplined through that entire process is very important. And Kalshi, I don't know how much people know about it, but we took 4 years to get regulated in the US before we could launch a product. And throughout that period, it's like most companies, they start iterating on the product, and getting users and growing and all those things. And me and my co-founder, we were actually doing none of that for 4 years, and having kind of the discipline to keep doing the work every day, even in a very long-term time frame, and understanding that very painful process of trying to get regulatory approval was going to hopefully have a day to turn that switch, I guess, was very helpful to get the company here. So those are 2 things.
Thank you. You touched on this, but we're going to ask, as I've heard from you, the idea for Kalshi came during a walk home with your co-founder, Tarek, right?
Right.
And please tell us, what made you trust the idea? What made you trust the person to put, your career behind it?
Yeah, it's a great, I think it was very organic, to be honest. It wasn't like there was one day that was like, we should jump into this and do it, and you're the perfect co-founder or anything like that. It was, Tarek and I have very, very similar backgrounds. So we were like very close in college. We worked at the same place. We both worked at Citadel and Five Rings together. And we always talked about work and things that we liked doing. And I think both of us experienced what we said is like this Kalshi behavior. So the first thing is like the famous story, I guess, is the Brexit story that Tarek was at Goldman Sachs. And while he realized that the big trade of 2016 was whether Brexit was going to happen, how to get exposure to that, and then whether Trump was going to win the election and how to hedge or get exposure to that. And every way you could do that was very bad, right? So like if you're trying to say Trump is going to win, the trade of the time was shorting the S&P, which would have lost an insane amount of money because the S&P moved in another direction. I kind of saw the exact same thing when I worked at Bridgewater, that the entire Bridgewater team is like the researchers that actually come up with theses about the future, then portfolio construction, and then the trading teams. The portfolio construction and trading actually don't need to exist if you're able to just trade directly on your thesis about what's going to happen in the future. And it all came together when we were working at Five Rings, and we were learning about the theory behind prediction markets and how, when people put money where their mouth, you put money where your mouth is, you get way better forecasts about the future, the wisdom of the crowds. And it kind of all clicked for us. It's like, okay, so there's the wisdom of the crowds and data aspect of it that's fascinating. There's the side of it on the hedging and the kind of getting exposure directly to events. And we were just kind of like fascinated by all of it. We were never the kids in college that were like, let's go start a company type of thing or build a lot of products. We were going to go to trading, but it was really just this idea that pulled us into it. And we started actually a very small step. We went to the YC hackathon first. We won the hackathon, then we got into YC, and then we started. So it was very organic. And I think the most important thing on finding the right co-founder, it really is like, you're going to be with a person like 14, 16 hours a day. Tarek's the person I see the most in my life, right? And it's just like making sure you trust them and you trust that they are like very resilient. The most important thing for companies is just not giving up and making sure that you don't have to worry about the other person giving up. It's kind of like a very big blessing that you need to kind of like find someone that you can kind of like count on in that way and you admire. So even though it was organic, I'm very, very lucky that it worked out the way it did.
Nice. I can empathize with that myself, Luana. Luciano, on to you. I think you've been quoted many times stating that in Brazil, the place that you're born, your zip code, is a huge factor in determining someone's destiny. And you've met thousands of young entrepreneurs across the country. I'll ask you, hearing to Luana's story now, listening to her story, what comes through your mind? Do you think a story such as hers is a great inspiration for those young people that you meet out there? Or maybe does it feel too impossible to be reached? We cannot hear you, Luciano. Okay.
Paul, thanks for the invitation, Bruno. It's a pleasure to be back here. And an honor to share this panel with Luana. I've been following your journey for a long time, so congratulations. And my English will sound
Thank you so much.
It's cool, kids, compared to Luana. So sorry about all the ones that know that we can speak Portuguese, but we're gonna try to speak in English, okay? I think that maybe my biggest contribution today, since this event is called Brazil, the Silicon Valley, all in English and with a Z, is to remind us that the real Brazil is with an S, the one with the real problems and of course the real opportunities that we are facing and we have it. I truly believe that my generation can still leave an important legacy in Brazil with an S, but my biggest bet, and as I'm sharing with Luana, I think the predictions is better than bets, are on the next generation that are you guys that are here on this event that I truly respect a lot. And speaking of that, I love this connection that you guys provoke here with Luana because as a former professional ballerina, I have a ballerina, 30 years old daughter, Eva, and ballet brings a level of discipline to life that it's incredible. And I always say that discipline is often more important than talent. Discipline is what really takes you far. It's like if you brush your teeth 10 times a day today, won't keep it clean for the next 10 days. Or if you spend 10 hours in the gym today, it won't make you fit tomorrow. So if you brush every day, if you work like half an hour every day, for sure you're going to be clean and in shape. So I think that the takeaways from here is about discipline, about execution, about follow your dreams, but not only ideas and money, but execution. And if you want a story, I can share, but can be in the next round. Go ahead, Bruno.
Okay, amazing, Luciano. Let me switch gears a bit. When we're in the middle of Silicon Valley and we're talking about innovation here, we're usually talking about artificial intelligence, we're talking about prediction markets, cryptocurrencies, biotech. But in the Brazil that you know best, that Brazil with S, Luciano, I think innovation often looks completely different. Are you able to give us, as you hinted us now, one story of an entrepreneur that you met that this audience perhaps has never heard of, but should?
I think what pop-ups in my mind is not exactly entrepreneur, but I think something that we can bring to this stage and to this conversation and maybe can add some takeaways for the people who is watching us. I have a big respect of the academic world. I'm a son of professors. My both parents were university professors. Now they are retired. But I like to say that the most important things I learned in life didn't come from classrooms of Stanford, of Harvard, or MIT, but came from the living rooms of Dona Maria, Tia Lolo, Tia Socorro, from many Brazilians, men and women, families who opened their doors and shared their stories with me. And there one story in particular that can be good to share here, because it's so far away in many ways from even geographically what we are talking about, but it brings a really important reflection for this ecosystem that you are part of on this afternoon. It's about a community up in the Rio Negro. From the one who know Brazil well, Rio Negro, that's just in front of Manaus. I'm talking about like 5 hours by boat going north, close to Anavilhanas National Park. There's a place called Tumbira. I love this story because it's about Roberto. Roberto is the third generation of illegal loggers in his family. He said to me that over time, he estimated he cut down more than 60,000 trees by himself. And about 10 years ago, environment regulation in the region changed a lot and the enforcement became much stricter. And Roberto had to change his life. So someone suggested him to, why don't you try ecotourism? He thought it was a joke, but he gave it a chance. And in one day, he made almost what he used to make in the entire month. Today, his community is completely transformed. You see the church is beautiful, renovated. You have the school looks great. They have 2 restaurants. You have like 7 pousadas, 7 lodges. An amazing experience for the one who goes there. And I remember this, just a finish line. I remember sitting with him in the middle of the jungle in the forest, in front of a huge tree, like 50 meters diameter, 50 meters tall, looking at the tree, and he told me, Luciano, in the past, when I walked into the forest, I saw a tree like this, I saw price. And today I see value. And I think that is the powerful reflection for us today here. If you're not careful in this environment ecosystem, especially here in Silicon Valley, you can end up giving more importance to price than to the value. And that's bringing me to Luana. I think everybody in this room knows the price of valuation of her company, but the value of the journey she's built to get there, I'm sure, and it's just the beginning, it's truly priceless. So I think you have to know what is price and what is value.
Wonderful insight, Luciano, coming from Roberto. I hope Roberto is still in business. I'll be sure to look out for him when I visit Manaus. Cool. Luana, back on to you. I know people have told you that the odds of Kalshi working were minimal, less than 1%, okay? And for years, as you mentioned earlier, I think it took you guys 4 years to be able to start doing something. It may have seemed like it was going nowhere. If this is it, what kept you going when everyone around you was telling you to stop, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it was a mix of I would say a mix of 2 things mainly, and then I feel like there are some like tactical things that we've done that actually helped us. I think the 2 main things that both me and Tarek, we were both very stubborn and we were very naive at the time. So when we started the company, we realized the biggest problem was going to be the regulatory piece, right? It's like, okay, great idea, but how do you make this legal in the US? It sounds illegal. How do you figure that out? And at the time, we were very naive. We were like, well, we took the hardest MIT classes. We were working at Citadel Securities. Like, we are smart people. We're going to be able to figure out the federal government. which was an extremely naive take. I think that it's not the skills of like smart at MIT and figuring out how to, convince regulators is not very transferable in a way. But we were very naive and like trying to do things because we really believed in what we wanted to do. We really believed that like if it was going to be someone to make these markets big, it should be us. And we really I think we really cared and we really wanted to see this be true. And then it ties to the second point, which we were very stubborn as well. So when we talked to the government, it's like the first thing that we did is like, okay, let's just call every single lawyer that deals with commodity futures or deals with gambling or deals with all these things. Let's call all of them that we can find and see what they say. So we made a list of 65 of them. We split the spreadsheet in two, and I was going to call, 30-something. Tarek was going to call 30-something, and all of them said no. And then we actually found, through a Brazilian connection, I knew this Brazilian girl at Harvard Law School that actually knew another guy that was in a crypto law firm, that knew another guy that knew a person that worked at the CFTC before, and then he told us, I'll get you one meeting. And they're like, well, one meeting sounds good enough. Let's go and let's try to figure that out. And then from there, the government was always like, there's 23 principles that the CFTC goes by. So we're like, well, these markets clearly comply with these 22 principles. And then they would be, no, here's a list of 20 questions and why we disagree. And we'll get that list, work on the list, do the legal analysis, but also a lot of data analysis, a lot of things that we need to build, and then flip the list back to them. And then, they would come up with like, okay, we accept answer number 1, we don't accept 2 to 20. These are kind of our follow-ups. And that kept us going, and that really was what was going for 4 years. On top of like building the whole systems and everything like that, I had this whole like convincing the government to do things, which I think we were very stubborn and we didn't take no for an answer unless we really agreed with the reason from the regulator. And we didn't, because we really believe these markets are positive and they should exist. They're not different from any other type of markets. But one thing that helped us a lot was kind of like, at the start we thought it was going to take 6 months. And every kind of day, every week we realized it would be like another month, another 2 months. But what really helped us kind of like, the biggest problem with this type of things, they get very overwhelmed, right? You're like, I don't really know what to do. This sounds impossible. And we would really like break down on like, this is what we need to do. And then we would do it and kind of like avoid thinking too long-term every day. Because if you're thinking too long-term every day, you're going to kind of go insane. So you need to kind of like think short-term. For the majority of your time, you should be thinking on the execution of it up until you find the next case. But it's funny because at some time we had to rule ourselves that everything from the government would take like a day to get back to. So we would like not sleep and then sleep for 24 hours. So we had like very fucked up sleep schedules and all of that. But I think at the end, it really this mix of like how important it was and how much we believed in it, how stubborn we were and how naive we were. But it was very difficult. I think it's just like probably like some of the most fragile moments of the company was the start. There was just Tarek and I and like some lawyers trying to figure things out. But I think that it's just you take it a day at a time, again, with the discipline, and it just somehow it works out.
I love some of those lessons, Luana. I empathize with some of those. My company, the company I co-founded, as a crypto ETF issuer, we've had our own regulatory journey, and I'm sure that our lawyer list overlaps in many ways, those 65 names that you have. You touched on some things here in going through adversity, right? That I think may have lessons for other founders. I loved your insight of thinking a day at a time. At Hashtags, we call it, the long term when it's hard, just focus on small victories. What would you say, Luana, to founders who are in a similar position now? They're trying to build disruptive products, trying to push the boundary. More often than not, it seems too hard or impossible. What would you say to them in addition to what I've already mentioned here?
Yeah, I think that like in a lot of ways, like everything is hard. So you just kind of have to do it. And I think that sounds kind of probably not great advice, but it's more like you just kind of have to go through, kind of like see things through. I think the biggest problem that people have is when they just like stop doing it, because it's actually true that you don't know like how far you are from success. So actually the other problem that we had at the company was actually after we launched, after 4 years, right? The other problem we had, so most companies, when you have like some big approval, you're done after that, right? If you're doing some new like drug or some new pharmaceutical, whatever. If you get the FDA approval, you can launch your product next day, and you pretty much know, like, okay, if you're a better way to fix headaches, you're going to make a lot of money. But for us, the approval was just a shot at starting the company and starting to try to get a product that would work and starting to get product market fit. And we launched, and the company didn't immediately explode at all. It was actually very, very slow for many years, a lot of it because of a continuous regulatory trouble and pushback and everything. And it took us it took us to like the point that like we were like, wow, we put 4 years into this. We could have making like millions of dollars in Citadel. Did we make the right call? And we ended up not giving up. We kept up pushing because we have these kind of like new hypotheses that we want to test about the business. We're going to go through them and try to do it as fast as possible. And it got to the point that like we had to sue our own federal regulators. So we had to they didn't want us to list election market. So basically who's going to win an election in the US for political reasons or whatever, but they didn't want us to list these markets. But these markets are very important for prediction markets. They're the holy grail of prediction markets. We knew we needed them to be very big and everything. We ended up having to sue the regulator. And that was kind of like the extent of like, we really thought that like, we were not going to give up until we actually tried every single thing, including suing the regulator. And that, when we won, it really changed the trajectory of the company, right? Like now, our latest round is at 22 billion. And again, not valuation and price and all those things, but it's like the vast majority of that growth just came in the past year and a half, right? And it was before that, it was 6 years that the company was pretty much going nowhere. And I really think that it sounds, everything is hard. I don't know a single company in Silicon Valley that people didn't go through. Even the ones that sound like obvious, like whatever, Cursor or Deal or whatever, that just, it's like, seems like a check on the floor. They're all extremely hard. It's just always, the grass always looks greener on the other side. And I think you just have to go through it and not give up. And of course I'm biased because it ended up working out for us, but I feel like people always give up before they should, if that makes sense.
Okay. Luciano, on to you. Same theme, a bit of a different angle on the role of governments and innovation in startups. I know you think a lot about this. Can you tell us a bit, how do you think public policy can help unlock the next generation of entrepreneurs in Brazil and elsewhere, Luciano?
Thank you, Bruno. I love to listen to Luana here because I think she's the big dream of the high-end entrepreneur, but you see that the path wasn't easy. So you have 6 years moving to no sideways, and now suddenly it happens. And I like this, about execution, as I told before, and nothing annoys me more these days than people who never built anything, never really started a business, or even they failed. And now they make living selling courses, taking advantage of the goodwill of even, I think, the naive of small and medium entrepreneurs. In the end, it's just like recycled content from autoajuda, como é que fala isso? Like handful self-help books, okay? So I truly believe that Brazil has enormous entrepreneurial potential. On the big opportunity side, as Luana, Brazil can adopt innovation fast and change behavior incredibly quick. If you take Pix as an example, in 2 years, it completely transformed the payment system in Brazil. One single idea drastically reduced the use of cash around Brazil. Or you take like Nubank, an example, in 2 years is now already entering US. But I gotta go back where I started here to think about the potential of the Brazil with an S. The one with about the small entrepreneurs that I truly believe in, like, because the real economic, the real economic, tripé econômico, the backbone of Brazil today.
Yeah, that's great.
Agora você vê, é Uber, bolo de pote e venda de cosmético, né? Uber, jar, cake.
And cosmetics.
And cosmetics. And what drives the small entrepreneurs is not valuation multiples of the funding rounds, it is exhaustion, is exhaustão. I'm going to explain just one number. 85% of the Brazilians need more than one job to make the ends of the month.
85, Luciano?
84.
84, okay.
Need more than one job to make ends meet, okay? Like 6 out of 7. And 83% of Brazilians want to have their own business, mainly so they don't have to work for someone else anymore. So this is what they call the empreendedorismo de exaustão, entrepreneurship of exhaustion. Like that. People are not dreaming about building a business. They are dreaming about stopping to struggle. So open a small business or selling homemade products is like the only way out. So at the top of the entrepreneurial pyramid, I believe that sometimes the best thing is to government to do is simply not to só não atrapalhar. It's simply not to get in the way, okay? Provide legal certainty, previsibilidade, stop passing the cost of public inefficiency into entrepreneurs. But at the base of the pyramid is different. We need public policies to support small entrepreneurs, improve access to credit, simple ideas that can be transformative. You see Colombia, where startups only start paying taxes after like 7 years. So I believe entrepreneurship in all levels of the pyramid.
Luciano, great to hear. Let me ask, I assume there are young aspiring entrepreneurs both here and in the audience out there as this is being streamed. What would you want them to walk away with as they listen to your lessons there? What do you think that they need to take to go on their own journeys?
I think simple things that I say at home, to wrap up, I'm going to end as I began. I have lots of respect of the ecosystem behind this event because even it's a small and highly privileged environment that we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. And then something fundamental, that knowledge plus work leads to great execution, as Luana said. And I always tell my kids at home, my boys, creativity and initiative, a lot of people have around the world. But execution, a very few do. And that's what really can change the world.
Okay. We're coming up at time. I have a couple more questions for both of you. Luana, and I'll condense 2 questions in one. You're in this part of your journey now. One is, how do you think about your connection to Brazil today? And I know that you guys have had tremendous success at Kalshi so far. We all truly hope it continues to be so, but what does the next chapter look like for both Kalshi and you?
Yeah, Brazil obviously is like born and raised in Brazil. Brazil, my parents lived there, very important part of my life. And we're starting to bring Kalshi to Brazil. I think international expansion is very important for us. So we're starting to do that. Brazil is actually the first country we announced. We're going into, I think it's more Latin America, Asia, and all of that were the next steps for us. But Brazil is very important. I think that it's like for the data that these markets bring, how much better they are than the polls, that you can see the kind of US 2024 election as the example of what we can have and bring good data into a lot of these very big problems in Brazil that we need to kind of have unbiased information about what's going to happen. Is that the value is very important, especially for kind of like developing countries. And I think that bringing that to Brazil would be a dream. In terms of what next for me, I mean, I want Kalshi to be as big as it can be. For us, I think that we can build it like over $100 billion company, and it's just a matter of like how fast can we get there, and just how fast our execution is, how good our team is, and all of that. So for me, it's like I want to be at Kalshi forever. It's just a matter of how big can it get?
Amazing, Luana. I know we'll be cheering for you. Luciano, one final question for you. Let's see if this works. You're right. This is a privileged group here. I feel that myself. Then what do you think this group here, this audience, can do to help in this mission that you've been so active on, Luciano, of nourishing entrepreneurship in Brazil?
Come back.
All right, it is, I agree, it's a good ending note. Thank you, Luana. Thank you, Luciano. I am so glad I went through this without saying
Thank you so much.
Luano and Luciana. So success for me there. Hope to see you guys. Bye.
I hope to see you on stage next year.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniela Santana. I'm an MBA candidate at Stanford and the audience co-leader of Brazil at Silicon Valley, which means I spent the past months thinking carefully about who should be in this room for conversations like this to matter. And looking around, I would say we got it right. I'm so excited to be here with you all today. Over the past few years, I've built and deployed AI products in the restaurant industry and saw firsthand how seriously Brazil is showing up. The country has embraced AI faster than many and is already one of the most active in its usage. But consuming the wave is not the same as making it. So the real question is, how does Brazil move beyond riding the wave and actually build the infrastructure to lead? To discuss AI native, capital efficient, building Brazil's AI infrastructure for the road, we're joined by two exceptional leaders. Wei Xiao is the Director of Developer Relations at NVIDIA, which at this point needs no introduction, where she works closely with founders and startups at the forefront of AI and accelerated computing, providing strategic technical guidance, industry insight, and support across product market fit and scaling. Before joining NVIDIA, she led AI ecosystem efforts at ARM and Samsung. She also teaches AI at the Graduate School of Computer Science at Santa Clara University here in the Silicon Valley. Few people see AI from as many angles as she does, from GPUs to founders to the classroom. Bianca Martinelli is a general partner at Alexia Ventures, an early-stage VC firm investing in top Latin American founders transforming industries through software and AI. She's also a Kaufman Fellow and an Endeavor mentor. Before Alexia Ventures, she spent 12 years at Endeavor, leading global operations and driving expansion into 4 countries. And also served as a VP of International Expansion at R&D Station. She brings a rare combination of investing experience and years of operating across multiple geographies. Wei, Bianca, we're so excited to have you. The stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back at Brazil at Silicon Valley. And I'm particularly excited to be joined today by Wei Xiao. For the next 30 minutes, we're going to be focusing on a very meaningful, tangible discussion about how to actually build AI-native, capital-efficient businesses. What are the real edges for Latin American founders, and in particular, Brazilian founders? Wei sits in a very, very important position between what NVIDIA is building globally and what's happening on the ground in emerging markets. So I couldn't be more excited to be here with you. Thank you for joining us, Wei.
Absolutely. The pleasure is mine. I'm glad I have the opportunity to connect with the startup founders here. Would love to share my experience and the learning to help you avoid some pitfalls along the way.
All right. So let's dig in. I'd love to start by setting the record straight because, of course, NVIDIA is one of the most well-known companies when it talks about infrastructure for AI native companies, but still so many people think of NVIDIA as building chips. So first of all, Wei, I think there's a good opportunity to set the record straight on what NVIDIA does. And earlier this month, we had an interesting webinar focusing on the 5-layer cake framework, which I would love for you to also tackle and explain a little bit more so founders can tangibly know which ones they are building on or exposed to, and how does this affect their build-up?
Great question. A lot of people, even media, introduce NVIDIA as a chip maker, semiconductor company. In reality, NVIDIA is what we call AI accelerated computing platform company or AI infrastructure company, which means on top of the chip, we also have the full software end-to-end solution to help you build your AI use cases. As Bianca mentioned, a couple of weeks ago, our CEO published an article talking about AI is a 5-layer cake. So there are 5 different layers here. The first layer is what we call energy layer. It doesn't matter what type of AI solutions you are building, especially in the generative AI scenario. Your query you prompts needs to translate into large language model queries with resulting tokens. That requires energy. On top of that is the chip layer. NVIDIA produces GPUs for parallel computing. In the meantime, we also have our own CPU and CPU, GPU combined architecture from edge devices all the way to data center compute. One layer above it is the infrastructure layer. How many of you knows that NVIDIA is actually the world's largest networking company? That's great, because now we reach the stage that AI cannot run on one single GPU or one single CPU. You need the interconnectivity part between CPUs, between GPUs, between different clusters and nodes. One layer above it, we have large language model. The model is critical. What NVIDIA promotes is what we call open ecosystem approach, which means we open source everything. We open source all the models we created. For example, Nemotron model, Cosmo model for physical AI applications. What this translates to startups is you do not have to start from scratch. So for those of you who are old enough to experience the mobile application boom, you probably know that the reason we had this mobile application boom is because of open source. Android is open source. The Linux operating system beneath iOS is open source. Because of the open source ecosystem, nobody needs to start from scratch. You can build upon everyone else's intelligence, and which significantly brought down your development cost and reduce your go-to-market time. So NVIDIA not only open sourced the model, we open sourced the data set we utilize. In the meantime, we publish a lot of what we call blueprints. So think those as recipe books, where you can follow step by step to cook a meal. We publish the ingredients we used to build an AI agent. We publish the data set and the step-by-step procedure for you to build those solutions. So always utilizing that as the starting point when you create your AI solution. And the fifth layer, which is the top layer, again, it's very relevant to our startup founders here, is the real-life use case. How do you want to utilize all the resources around you to build vertical-specific use cases to build AI-native startups?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And may I add, I mean, from an investor standpoint, and in particular investing across Latin America and in Brazil, we're absolutely bullish on the ability of Brazilian founders being very, very competitive on the application layer. And what we're seeing is that there's, across the board in different verticals, there's a lack of, productivity. So the opportunities are huge to build on the application layer. And I think differently from, different tech waves that we've had in the past, now we see Brazilian founders building at the same time as Silicon Valley players. So being able to be competitive, right? The AI models have leveled up this access to technology. So this is a crucial aspect. And would you agree that the application layer is an important edge for Brazilian founders? Is there another angle? And in particular as well, Wei, how do you think about AI sovereignty, right? Jensen talks about the infrastructure that is being built out as one of the largest ones in human history. How AI sovereignty will play a very important role for Brazilian founders, and how's NVIDIA working with the government on that point?
Absolutely, that's another great point. Sovereign AI comes with many layers. So there is the infrastructure layer, which means you have to have access to compute infrastructure. There's the talent layer, which I think Brazil is really leading the pack here. I got the opportunity to travel to Brazil and host NVIDIA's the first AI summit in São Paulo early this year, and I was amazed by the talent pipeline in Brazil. In the meantime, I noticed a lot of international companies began to establish office in Brazil in order to tap into your resource, the talent resource. And the other part of this is large language model. you have to have a Portuguese large language model, which has been adapted to regional nuances. Again, I see strong momentum in the ecosystem. A lot of startups are building Portuguese large language model. For example, NewSpace, which is part of NVIDIA's Inception program, WED Labs, Amadeus, they're all leveraging the knowledge, the expertise to build regional large language models, specifically targeting different industry verticals. And on top of that, use case will proliferate. A lot of them will be fully adapted to regional nuances. A lot of them will be able to go to market globally that caters to a global audience.
Amazing. Thank you. Now, thinking through the challenges of Latin American startups when it comes to building the new generation of AI companies, what would you say are the most pressing ones?
I think there were two challenges I observed in the ecosystem. First one is infrastructure access. GPU access is still very limited in the Brazilian ecosystem. So that's why.
Sorry to interrupt, but though I heard that universities are now buying more GPUs than enterprise and banks combined in Brazil, so there's a huge infrastructure investment being made, right?
That's another good point. I think from higher education and research, so for example, we're collaborating with siga, the Center of Artificial Intelligence. They have top-notch researchers. They are also invested into GPU infrastructure to build the next generation of research and industry use cases. So go back to what you mentioned. I think infrastructure gap is there, but we do see from hyperscalers to tier 2 cloud service providers are working actively to bridge that gap. In January, we also made an announcement with Clara, the local telco, to invest into NVIDIA GPU infrastructure. So hopefully pretty soon we will see that gap is being filled. I think the second challenge I observe, which is universal to emerging markets, is VC's appetite to invest into AI native startups. I will give you an example. I manage the Middle East region as well. A lot of these Middle East countries, they have deep pockets, but they are reluctant to invest into local, regional AI native startup because their mindset is not there. They traditionally invest into energy or real estate. So investing into artificial intelligence is too abstract for VCs. Now I would love to turn the table to ask your suggestion and perspective.
I would agree with that. I think, so look, I'm extremely optimistic about what's happening in Brazil and across Latin America, especially when it comes to the combination of talent, of accessibility, of technology, and capital, because of course we still have much room to grow when it comes to the maturity of the VC ecosystem. And in earlier ways, we've seen VCs more eager to invest in marketplaces and consumer companies. But I think that the combination of even macro economics and the opportunity that AI is actually driving, we're seeing across the board more appetite for AI native companies from the ground up. And we know that we have the talent for that. We have available capital, in particular when it comes to the seed Series A stage. What I do think we're still lacking, and it's important, events such as these that bridge the connection to Silicon Valley and more developed markets when it comes to capital, it's for growth, right? Growth capital and also deep tech investments, which are still growing in Brazil, but I think that we still have to have more appetite from VCs, from investors to actually back those patented, very important infrastructure plays coming from the ground up. And I think we're going to see more of that. And in particular, what is also a change that has been very, very exciting to see is that, Brazil is a huge market. And of course, so many founders are building for the consumer market internally. But now we're seeing more founders becoming more globally ambitious and being able to compete on the global stage from the beginning. This is important to actually unlock more access to capital, more exit opportunities. And so building those bridges, I think, consciously from the beginning, even when you're very early stage, and choosing well, which partners you're going to be focusing on from an investment standpoint is crucial for a startup, to be able to reach that gap.
Terrific.
All right, so let's move towards, some examples. I would love to get to examples of AI native companies, use cases that you think are interesting from the LATAM ecosystem that you have seen, in particular in your last trip to Brazil, if you may, Wei.
Absolutely. So probably I can briefly introduce NVIDIA's Inception program. It's a complementary program we specifically designed to nurture startups. And our Inception program is a family from pre-seed stage startup all the way to unicorns. Pretty much all the top generative AI startups you hear about today, from OpenAI, Hugging Face, Mistral, Cohere, all these startups were part of or are still part of NVIDIA's Inception program. So for those startups who are not part of the Inception family, do check out NVIDIA Inception, because you will receive a lot of benefits guiding you through this startup journey.
And I believe you have a slide maybe on the ecosystem, so it becomes clear.
So this is what we have in Brazil. You can see it's a very vibrant ecosystem. So from Inception startup perspective, we're already working with over 1,000 startups in Brazil alone to help you get started with your AI journey. And in parallel to the Inception program, we also have what we call VC Alliance program, where we closely work with over 1,000 VCs globally, from small boutique fund all the way to the large corporate fund. So when startups reaching the funding stage, all they needed to do is to get connected to the VCs in our ecosystem. As you can see, Alexia is definitely part of our VC Alliance program. It's our top partner to work with. And in order to build a fully fledged ecosystem, we work with government, university, enterprises, and all the key stakeholders in the ecosystem. Yeah, so from a startup perspective, maybe I can share a couple of success stories. One story I want to share is Trixian. I believe many of you heard about them. Trixian is working on to resolve one of the biggest challenges in manufacturing, which is downtime, machine downtime. It's very expensive because the maintenance is unpredictable. So what they did was to develop IoT sensors for manufacturing environment. And on top of that, they added AI capability to the sensors. So not only they will be able to process the data at the edge, they will be able to aggregate the data to cloud services for analytics as well. So when they put their product into the market, they targeted manufacturers whose biggest pain point is the high cost during downtime, machine downtime, and they scaled from there. And because they are building an AI-enabled company, now their solution is not only being utilized locally by Brazilian manufacturers, they have a lot of customers globally as well. So for startup founders, I think you reach the stage that your startup doesn't have to be AI first startup, but your startup definitely have to be AI enabled. So you have to embed artificial intelligence into your product ethos.
Yeah, that's such a great point. And again, to add from our own perspective, right? We have always been investing in software and data intelligence. And it's become clear to us, even for those companies that weren't created with an AI native solution, that they have to be AI compatible and AI defensible. Right now at Alexa Ventures, what we're saying so much is that we're focusing what we call software intelligence. We don't think software is dead. We just think that it's really about the outcome rather than pure workflows. And when thinking about long-term modes, I would love to see if you agree with me, Wei, here, but it's really about proprietary data. access to that data is crucial. So if you don't have that, I think this is what will lead you to a long-term sustainability, long-term growth, and having that data flywheel set up. The other thing we so much talk about, and I think Brazilians are great at it, is building tech-enabled communities. Think about this as your ability to reach, larger amounts of potential clients with a very strong, sense of belonging. It really also tackles brand awareness, your ability to educate markets, but also to be capital efficient, which is, with everything that is happening with AI right now, pricing is still so much a question mark in boardrooms. Gross margins are being stretched out. So you need to be thinking through capital efficiency, and go-to-market strategy is a great way for you to double down on being efficient from day one. The final aspect from our end, and again, this is our own bias, but we really want to support those founders, those AI native companies that, after Series A plus, can actually have the luxury of thinking of future rounds as an opportunity rather than a necessity. And I know this is extremely hard with everything and the cost of computing, right? But think very clearly about KPIs such as gross profit per token, meaning what is really left after you consider the computing cost. And think very clearly about revenue per employee. What we're seeing across the board is really companies at the boardrooms and really tangibly day-to-day CEOs having to redesign their organizations and be very courageous about it, because what we're seeing is that we're seeing new kinds of talent and different seniorities actually on the table, being able to deliver results. So I think these are crucial points when it comes to, from an investor standpoint, when you are creating an AI native company. I don't know if you would agree, Wei.
Absolutely. I think you really explained the capital efficiency in depth. Yeah. And I think this is some of the common pitfalls I observe from the startup. AI startup is very different from the previous generation of startups. Scalability matters. Many of the startups fail after they move from prototyping stage to the commercialization stage because they didn't take scalability into consideration. Right. So some of the common pitfalls I observe: one, the data. Yeah. Model is not your differentiator. The model has reached to the certain point that everyone can take an open source model, customize it, augment it for your own use case. Your differentiator is your data. You have to own your data. And like Bianca mentioned, you have to own that data flywheel to feed your new data to your model to continuously improve the accuracy, the performance of your model. The second part, to your capital efficiency, go back to the scalability part. Infrastructure is part of your product. It's not an IT consideration anymore. A lot of startups I work with, they start prototyping utilizing some of the closed ecosystem approach. When they scale, when their customer base scale from 100 to 10,000, they begin to receive extra thousands of dollars per month bills from these service providers because scalability was not building as part of their product. Token cost matters, how you can control the token cost. So there's a new term called the token economy. Yeah. So that's every single AI startup has to take into consideration when you build your foundation of your product, when you think about commercialization and the scalability. So go back to NVIDIA's approach. NVIDIA promotes what we call open ecosystem approach. So I'm saying this for the second time because we open source everything. We open source the tools, the frameworks you can build on top of the GPU infrastructure. What this gives to you is you understand the best performance you can get out of the GPU architecture. As a result of this, you have a better prediction to the cost of your implementation, even if you scale. So I totally agree. Data is your moat. Infrastructure is your moat.
Wonderful. Curious to get your perspective, Wei. having worked across so many different markets, right? And I believe it was your very first trip to Brazil about, what, 2 months ago?
Yeah.
How do you see it, Brazil comparing to other emerging markets when it comes to, NVIDIA's viewpoint of, where technology will come from and the level of investment? Can you share the perspective from your own angle, but also institutionally from NVIDIA? Where is Brazil in this equation?
Absolutely. I think what really amazed me was the talent pipeline. The universities, the researchers, the talents in the ecosystem truly makes the ecosystem different and unique. I also noticed that, like I mentioned, a lot of international companies, especially GSIs, system integrators, began to expand their workforce in the Brazilian ecosystem because they spot the opportunity as well. And one comment I heard from someone was, a lot of US companies began to outsource their AI projects to Brazil instead of India because of the talent, because of taxation. I think that's a bright spot for me.
And there is yesterday we were also having a discussion with the head of AI at Nubank, and he was mentioning, he's actually from India, but building from Palo Alto, and he was saying, sometimes the cultural similarity to the Western world and as well time zone difference, sometimes it gives an edge to Brazilian founders, to Brazilian startups to really be able to work across different markets, right? So I think this is also an important point to consider.
Absolutely. So NVIDIA just had our anchor event, GTC, a couple of weeks ago. We had roughly a delegation of over 700 people traveling from Brazil and the broader Latin America region to attend the event. That really shows the momentum of the ecosystem.
And I couldn't agree more. I myself have been outside of Brazil for 10 years, living in the US, and then came back 5 years ago to start Alexa Ventures with my partners. And I was mind blown by what's happening in terms of talent, in terms of new technologies, in terms of the willingness of the new generation to become entrepreneurs. And also, having also been an ecosystem developer before a VC, I can see the role of the ecosystem playing together, and making sure that talent has the pathways to reach, a scalability, access to capital, and really be successful in creating and nurturing that startup. So organizations such as the Center of Excellence for AI, CEA, Fundação Estudar, Lala, Endeavor, Kubo, so many others, and this event in particular, which I'm so excited that now is becoming a movement, not only an annual gathering. This is all very crucial from a talent standpoint for us to also nurture role models, right, and share some of the main stories that are being created right now and inspire the next generation. So I couldn't agree more, and I think when it comes to talent, I've often heard so many founders from Brazil talking about complexity. We deal with complexity in so many shapes or forms, and that leads us to a very resilient outlook of the world. And that cannot be taken for granted. We have to understand that this is a very important skill set that we carry with us. So with complexity comes also a great ability to deal with it. And I think that with the right access to tools, we're in a very good position to create those role models worldwide.
And VCs, I think a VC ecosystem, which you are representing, is a critical component.
Agree.
Yeah, so you can help cultivate a local ecosystem and environment, and also create go-to-market channels for our startups.
Agree. Wait, so to finish us up here, what does a truly AI native Latin company will look like in 2030? I would love a bit of a future outlook from your own vantage point being at NVIDIA. What needs to happen from today until now for that future to exist, and how does it look like?
That's a very interesting question. 4 years from now. So again, let me use a mobile application or maybe web democratization as an example. I think web truly democratized because we began to have tools like Wix, WordPress. So everyone was able to build a website, a web page on their own. I think that's what will happen with AI. Because of all the tools and all the frameworks out there, everyone can simply bring in your domain knowledge and begin to build AI-enabled startups. So I guess my thought is probably we do not need that many AI native startups anymore because everyone can build an AI startups due to the proliferation of tools, frameworks, data around us.
I love that. Well, I couldn't agree more, and I couldn't be more optimistic about what's happening in Brazil right now. So I think the main message is keep building and be curious, be in a position to be, self-learning a ton. I think that everyone in this room is digging to different tools and learning about AI as it goes. But I think the moment is the best. I think from my vantage point as an investor, I couldn't be more excited that the pipeline that we're seeing is incredible. And so I really appreciate your thoughts and
Absolutely.
Also the investment that NVIDIA is doing in Brazil. It's really crucial for us to be able to build that ecosystem and that infrastructure in the long-term way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bianca, Wei, for the great conversation. Please join me in giving them another big round of applause.
Thank you.
Sem imprensa, eu só queria trocar uma palavrinha com a... Acho que via... Cadê o Bernardo? Sim, do imprensa.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isadora Michelotto. I'm an LLM candidate at Stanford Law School, and I'm more than happy to be here with you today. The theme of our next session is building the next generation of leaders in the age of AI. I find that especially interesting because as a Stanford student, I spent a surprising amount of time asking myself two main things. First, how come so many people here seem to be creating their second startup before they can legally rent a car? And second, what are we going to do with this new, exciting, noisy, and sometimes scary thing called artificial intelligence? In addition to being a Stanford student, I also happen to be a lawyer. So I'm an IP and tech transactions lawyer in BZCP, where I work closely in the most relevant VC and tech M&A transactions in Brazil. That means that I've had the privilege to help a lot of leaders navigate the rise, and sometimes, unfortunately, the fall of very brilliant businesses, many of them shaped by AI. So if the question today is what should this next generation of leaders actually aim for in terms of how they should think, decide, and build when the grounds keep shifting beneath them, there are very few people more qualified to provide the answer than our next guest speakers. We have here Kevin Efruzzi, who brings the investor's perspective. He joined Excel over 2 decades ago, where he helped source the firm's Series A investment in Facebook. Also, he created Excel's Latin America initiatives, leading to investment in companies such as Gympass, Nuvem Shop, and Quinto Andar. We also have here Roberto Dagnoni, who brings the builder's perspective. So as a chairman of Mercado Bitcoin and CEO at 2TM, he has led major growth and transformation in digital assets and blockchain-based finance, helping position Mercado Bitcoin as Latin America's leading digital asset platform. When they talk about spotting exceptional potential early and in the context of change, they do it from a place of real pattern recognition. So now, please join me in welcoming Kevin and Roberto.
Didn't realize we coordinated outfits. That's pretty good.
Good morning, everyone. A big pleasure to be here. My paths crossed with Kevin back in 2012, I think, then 2015, and then 3 years ago, I became a Lala board member, and Kevin was the first owner and board member also. So I think we are going to talk about these entrepreneur findings and what we've seen with all of these initiatives that we have in Brazil with Fundação Estudar, Lala, Gerando Falcões, and I think we need much more of that. So, Kevin, you want to touch the audience on?
Yeah, a couple questions. So we want to talk about leadership a little more broadly here. I know
Look, we know you all want to talk about AI and the macro economy in Brazil and, I don't know, the Iran war, but we'll get there. They're related. I got a question for you guys. Give me some things that make, in your opinion, what makes a great leader. Just raise your hand, shout it out. And if you don't have any opinion, that's pretty scary. Yeah, you way in the back. Empathy. I like that. Okay, empathy. What else? Yes. Live by example. Okay. We'll get a couple more. Conviction. Yeah, wait. There's some hand way over there in the back. Yeah. Courage. Okay. Resiliency. One more. All right, we'll stop. Vision. Okay. Vision. So I think this is kind of important to talk about because these all sound like great words, right? Courage, vision, resiliency, all that kind of stuff. And I think it's important to make that real tactical because I hear these words all the time and I hear them describing people that someone wants to introduce me to. And more often than not, we're disappointed. Because for me, one of the things that you really need in leadership is to be able to do all those things when it's painful and when it causes damage to you and when it causes damage to people you care about, to maintain those characteristics, right? Because everyone thinks they're honest, they're ethical, until it affects their bank account or until it affects their kids. And then all of a sudden, you don't see them making those same decisions because they're under a bunch of stress. And I'm just going to give you one example just because it came up earlier, I think, in one of your discussions. So, Roberto, what do you think about sports betting?
I think it's, in Brazil, it's consuming like more than 30% of Bolsa Familia. So it's creating kind of mini chaos in that money use of perceived supply chain.
So I'm a venture capitalist. I used to be an entrepreneur. And part of the reason I'm a venture capitalist and part of the reason why I invest in Brazil and Latin America for the past 15 years is, frankly, I was pretty disillusioned with what was going on in Silicon Valley over the past 10, 12, 15 years. And I saw some things pretty up close that, or maybe I was involved in, that started off in one direction and kind of changed. Because they didn't lack the courage or the conviction to make some hard choices to do things that would have hurt stock price to build a business and to continue building a business that was good for the world. And so I've tried to take as hard as I can a stance when I'm going to invest in things. Look, they don't all have to be organic farms and solar panels, but things that I feel like if they grow and they become successful, I could at least feel good about it. And at least it's a net neutral to positive for the world. And there are certain things which any economist will tell you are not. Sports betting is not. Sports betting is a deadweight loss to any economy it touches. Yeah, people make money on it. And libertarians would say, hey, why not? Let people make their own choices. It is a transfer of wealth, usually from the most vulnerable people in the population to the people who own the casino. And there's no net benefit. I don't care what people say about hedging or anything else. In Brazil, it's consuming 30 to 40% of Bolsa Familia. You guys know what that is. These are the most vulnerable people in the country. Your government and your taxes are spending tons of money to try to bring those people into the economy, and it's going right back, but it's not going back to you all. It's going back to the people who own the casino. So that's where I think leadership is pretty important. Leadership means doing the right thing even when it costs you money, and I would offer to invest in how many of those things? And they're making a ton of money, I'm sure. And I turned them down because they're wrong. I turned down, continuing, to be honest, investing in Silicon Valley and a lot of really interesting businesses that would have made a lot of money because they weren't as important as building a new innovation economy in Brazil. and supporting entrepreneurs like maybe some of the ones in the room, because I think most of you are doing it for the right reasons. And to me, I'm deeply inspired by that, and that makes me feel good, and that makes me get up in the morning, and that's why I'm here. So I'll stop there, but I had to get that out. As if you want a real example of what the difference between, like, what does ethics really mean? Well, it really means living by your convictions when things are hard and you're gonna lose money because of it, at least, or worse. All right, back to you.
Yeah. I had empathy and courage here in my list, and I wanted to touch upon on trust, because I think in Brazil we have so many difficulties to build a company. And I'll tell you a little story. In 2019, there was a lot of prejudice around crypto, and we were trying to raise our Series A. And the amount we had in custody from the clients was kind of 10x the valuation of the company. So for an investor, if you are coming in and there's an issue with the custody, then everyone is broke, right? And there was no audit for crypto custody in 2019. So in 2014, we had sold a business to GP, and GP sold to Michelin, made like 8x in 3 years, so great deal for them. I went to GP and said, hey, we have this business here, I'm in, it's serious. And they said, we don't know anything about crypto, we are going to lead the round, and because of you guys. And you have 2 years to find that audit. Okay, it's in the contract, so in 2 years you have to audit that. After 2 years, the Big Four started auditing the custody, and we could deliver the reports, and we go. So I think trust, I think people underweight the trust in terms of retaining talent, bringing investors, and also through the clients. So I would like to highlight that.
It's funny you mentioned custody, though. So it sounds so standard. He didn't touch the money that was in custody to build the business. By the way, I know many other people who did not make that decision.
Exactly.
Some of them are in jail. One of them who did not make that decision, if you check, because he's admitted this, well, I probably shouldn't say it because I'm pretty sure he admitted it. I'm not sure if he did. But one of the late 90s successful peer-to-peer payment companies couldn't raise venture money, and to keep funding the company, they used the assets that were in custody in your account to keep funding the business. It all worked out for them because they were able to keep building the business, and by that point, they didn't need to use it anymore. But leadership is doing the right thing when nobody's looking, right? And doing the right thing when it's hard and your business could fail. And that's, man, good work.
Yeah, and I think we could touch upon on grit also. I think grit is something that Brazil, I was telling Kevin, we have the GDP so concentrated in São Paulo, so I'm from Santa Catarina. If you're coming out of São Paulo, your odds are very, very low to go into, especially in financial services in São Paulo. So what we see in these kids that we support through Lala is that they have more like we call it a purpose-driven grit, because Jorge Paulo had in their book, The Big Dream, right? Remember the PhD, poor, hungry, and desperate to get rich. So we see here many poor and hungry, but most of them are eager to solve some issue. Remember that girl that her mom is deaf, and then he created an NGO to support deaf people. So this kind of purpose-driven is something that is really transformational for places like Brazil.
What about your background? So what is it that drew you to want to get involved in developing young leaders?
I studied in public school my whole life, so and started working with 14, so very different trajectory, and I was moving up from Santa Catarina, Curitiba, Rio, São Paulo, and started with consulting and sold my business super early, then became an executive.
Who helped you along the way?
Many people, especially older people that I would call for help. And I think this, in terms of credits and debits, I see life like a checking account, and you have to accumulate many credits, because when the painful moments come, right, you need to use those credits to ask for help. And some more like Martin Escobar, he bought our first business and became like a mentor. I called him maybe 4 or 5 times for help during my whole life. But those 4 or 5 times were very, very critical. So I think to have this kind of access is, because when you come from like a public school, you basically don't know what you don't know. And that's what Lala, Estudar, they give to these kids, right? They show them perspective and what they can reach, because they don't know. They don't know that things exist, right, out of their community. So that's, and we see those kids that they learn how to speak English at home, and they are chess professors in their free time, doing 2 college degrees at the same time, and they are very from the countryside of Bahia, so it's amazing to see those stories. So,
what was this whole? So, how many of you guys? So, the fact that the people who made it here, you've had to do something. How many of you guys feel like you wouldn't be here if you didn't have some intervention from someone? I mean, maybe not your parents, maybe someone. So if you were not going in the right direction, or it would have been tough if someone didn't give you a leg up, tell you about something, mentor you. How many of you had that experience in your life? It's pretty good. It's about half of you. It's pretty good. Well, that's what we're trying to do, because that's how you find talent. Because the talent isn't all in Sao Paulo. It might make its way to Sao Paulo, but the talent is all over the place. And so how do you find it? How do you develop it? And then how do you connect it to get it up in the updraft? And that's what we're all trying to do. And selfishly, I like doing that because then they could become great entrepreneurs, but I also like doing it just because it's deeply satisfying. It just is deeply satisfying. For those of you, how many of you have been a mentor to somebody? Wow, well, look at that. It's almost the same number. There's nothing better than when you mentor someone, you see them succeed and you see them get a great job. It's better than succeeding yourself, I think. And that's why I'm still doing this. I don't need the money anymore. So it's really great to see people giving back, and that there's more and more of you that are doing it.
I think the wealth distribution in Brazil is another huge issue. And we see the founders that had great exits. We see that through Endeavor on the multiplier effect, right? They show how many employees left and raised on other companies, and how many investments those founders did in other companies. So I think that give back in terms of reinvesting, different than the old money that would flow just to Miami or Lisbon. We see the entrepreneurs doing these reinvestments in the industry. And through stock options, imagine the first employees of Nubank, all of them are wealthy now. So I think as the education in Brazil is not evolving, I think entrepreneurship is a kind of fast track or shortcut to, like you take Asas in Joinville, they have now 1,000 employees, and in Joinville, 2 brothers, and it was really difficult to raise money to those guys in the beginning. So when you see those stories, you see the wealth coming out of São Paulo to Joinville, and they are changing the ecosystem there.
Yeah, and for me, the other reason to do it too was just, if you think about leadership writ large, like country level, right? And so for me, it was fascinating when I began working in Latin America, and you compare the different countries, and you compare, say, Argentina and Chile, right? 2 countries, very similar immigration patterns, similar, backgrounds, similar latitudes and natural resources and farming and all that. Wildly different trajectories, right? If you look at GDP growth since 1980 in Chile versus Argentina, Argentina was something like 5x the GDP per capita of Chile in 1980. I might be a little bit wrong. And Chile just blew past it. I mean, Argentina, through just bad leadership, really for almost 90 years, squandered. Argentina had the same GDP per capita as the United States in 1900, the same. Wildly different trajectories. Leadership matters. Hopefully they're getting it fixed now. But, and so, for us, it was when we looked at really any developing country, and sadly the US now a little bit too, the leaders tend to come from a country, tend to come from one of two areas. They tend to either come from the existing elites that kind of would perpetuate, and they get educated in the US, but they would kind of perpetuate the systems and wealth that led to them. Or the pendulum would swing, and it would be someone from a very impoverished background, but not sort of educated about development, and they would generally be a revolutionary, right? So the answer to the problem was redistribute the wealth until there's no wealth left. Over here it was just preserve the status quo and invest in a big military. And so what we wanted to do with LALA, which is mentioned, the Latin American Leadership Academy, which is work with a bunch of really young kids coming in high school who have a desire to give back to their country, either public service, social entrepreneurship, real entrepreneurship, for-profit entrepreneurship. But they're from these really poor, disadvantaged areas. So they have empathy for life for those people. But you educate them, you help them understand that development is about growing the pie, not just redistributing it. And then that's where you want to get some really great leaders. And we're doing the same thing in Africa. And it's really interesting when you follow these kids, and we have a couple now. Africa, we've been doing it longer. We now got one of these kids who's a senator in Kenya. One of them is a member of parliament in a country called Lesotho, and we work with them. And the amount of change that they're able to do is dramatic, because they're authentic, they're from one of the really poor areas, but they know what to do. And so getting an army of people like that, who you'd all love to vote for and love to be proud to call your senators or your presidents, I know maybe you wouldn't feel that way now. That's what we're trying to do here. And it's real exciting for me. It takes a long time though, but it's fun.
Yeah, you take the case of Felipe Menezes. He's a La leader, hyperplane sold to Nubank. He was a math Olympic winner, and he said that he had many mentors, and said, I didn't know what to do with my math potential. And through Lala, he developed his social skills, then he was able to be a founder and know how to deal with his co-founders. And they had this journey. So it's not only technical, but also social skills. And Kevin, going to AI, now knowledge will be much more available, right? And do you think that this is going to improve the leveling the playing field, or the asymmetry, the disadvantages or advantages will be more exponential?
It's a great question that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah.
But I do think it will mushroom. It should mushroom the number of different companies and micro companies that get started. Every new technology platform tends to do that. In this one, in every new platform tends to be an order of magnitude easier to use. So I think this will dramatically increase the amount of entrepreneurship in many ways. So I think that will, in many ways, level the playing field to starting a business. That said, the lion's share of the profits will probably be even more concentrated, right? Capitalism, unfortunately, has a way of doing that, where with every generation, you see the big companies get bigger and bigger. I mean, today, if you look at in the United States stock market, the S&P 500, the proportion of it that's 5 companies or 4 companies is much bigger than it's ever been. So, the economic rents, I fear, will be even more concentrated. But I think the opportunities for entrepreneurs will also be easier to go after.
Yeah, we have 3,400 kids, right, just in this single project. And I remember you brought Passoni brought me, I brought Fernando Steller. So we keep building one by one. But is there a way to fast track and speed and get hundreds of Felipe Menezes? Like we have now Hobson from Be Confident, made a big round with Prozus, also La Leader, $23 million in scholarships. So those numbers are mature, but it's not so many people supporting these initiatives, right? So do you have an idea on how the audience here, and we can together maybe fast track that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just being involved. So to the extent, all of you probably work for a company, I'm assuming, or starting a company. And so for us, use your company as a platform to help elevate these young people. And because they're all really good. There's a big filter. The people we work with are highly talented. I mean, these are the best kids you've ever met, I promise, by far. So, getting them an internship in your company, you're doing your company a huge favor. We just hired one at Quito and Dar, and Gabriel said, please more like that kid. He's a computer science graduate from Swarthmore. So what I would do is if you're all interested in this, get your companies, someone at your company, or you can be the representative from your company, to call the Fernanda at Lala and say, how can we get involved with our company? We'd like to mentor some of these kids. We'd like to hire some of them as interns. And you'll be doing yourself a huge favor. And as you create more and more of those opportunities, that will create more funding and ability for us to reach out to more kids.
Okay. And Kevin, the speed of news on AI it's super huge, right? And we think every day it's getting super many new things. So, what would be your advice to a 17-year-old kid now that's getting out of high school, going to college, and in the middle of this? Like my kid has 16, so he's in that moment now. So, what has been your advice to young kids at this moment?
First, I would still go to college. I think there's been a lot. I really worry. One of my friends has a daughter who has worked at Anthropic from the beginning, and she just had a kid. And she's saying, well, there's no need to go to school anymore. School's useless. It's all changed. Don't even go to school. Don't go to medical school. Don't go to law school. I do not agree with that. Because if I look at who the best users of AI are, it's the people who have knowledge about their field and they know what to tell AI to do. And they don't just trust what they see from it. Because they know something about their field. They know about law, they know about engineering, they know about software development, they know about whatever it is, medicine. And if you don't learn the fundamentals of your discipline and you're just going to trust AI to do all your thinking for you, I think you're not going to be very good. And you're not going to get the most out of AI. And I think we're going to live in a really sad world that kind of regresses to the mean. So remember what AI is trained on. It's trained on friggin' Reddit, okay? It's not always right if you haven't noticed. So, the best software developers who use AI are the ones who understand how to do architecture and they can give it the right descriptions, right? So I think continuing to learn and not just trusting AI, it's not just learning how to use AI, it's learning how to learn and learning the fundamentals of knowledge yourself. Just because all the knowledge is there at your fingertips with Google doesn't mean you have any of it in your head. So, I think I would still go, I'd still get educated, I wouldn't write that off. But yes, I'd use AI.
Yeah, last month I sent that question to 10 friends because of my son, and Thiago here was one of them, and all of them said the same. So you are
good.
That they still should
go for maybe not. I don't know.
No one. Everyone said needs to go for social skills, networking, learn how to learn how to socialize.
And some of the science too. Right? Don't throw it all out. Like engineering's hard. I think it's good to go through it. You might not need to use a slide rule anymore, but learn the fundamentals, learn the laws of physics. I mean, come on, don't outsource it.
Kevin, 30 seconds. Final.
You don't want to hear me anymore. I'm done.
I think we have a unique chance to leapfrog many gaps that we have in Brazil with AI now, and super excited with what's coming. So thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Really
thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin and Roberto. This has been amazing. It was a pleasure to have you here. Guys, I know that we've been on 4 amazing sessions, so now it's time to have a break. We'll have a coffee break outside the room, and we'll wait for you at 11:20. Thank you.
Thank you. have you here. So the game plan for now. We are going to have 2 breakout rooms at 11:50. One of them will be in the California Buckeye, which is downstairs, where we'll be hosting Cutting Pichara, Rewriting Innovation, How AI Becomes CPG's New Operating System. And the other one will be in the Western Sycamore, upstairs to the right, where you can hear what Berkeley and Stanford are building. VCs and early investors, I would run, not walk, to this last one. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
É isso? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're continuing here with a panel. I'm happy to introduce. I'm Carol Prandini. I'm an MBA candidate at Berkeley, and I'm BSV Experiences Leader. Yesterday, during the visit at NVIDIA, we heard about how AI is letting startups do more with less. Smaller teams are building faster and staying in stealth for longer. And I have first knowledge of that. Last year, during the summer, I worked for a sales startup, and I loved it. And yet, it's 1 year later, and I still can't talk or post about it. Joke aside, AI is opening doors for entrepreneurs who couldn't even knock before. And the people in this panel never waited for an invitation. They walked right through it. This is why this panel matters. Isadora Kimura calls herself an entrepreneur at heart. She, after graduating from ITA, getting her MBA at Stanford and spending years building products in the Silicon Valley, she decided to go back to Brazil and fix the healthcare system. Nilo Saúde is reimagining how Brazilians access and navigate care, and including patients who were invisible to the system before AI. Ludmila Petromoles also graduated from ITA, also spent years in the Valley as a software engineer before going back to Brazil and founding Zippy, a fintech that just last year moved $1 billion in credits for micro and small entrepreneurs that traditional banks simply ignored. Years after interning at NASA, Ludmila decided to tackle a bigger problem, Brazil's financial inclusion. And last but not least, Kurt Bayer is an alum and faculty at Berkeley, go Bears, and is the founder of CalFund, a VC fund affiliated with the University of California that reinvests half of its profit in the public university system. Kurt is living proof that having too many careers is actually a superpower. 3 founders, 3 industries, joined by the passion for innovation and for giving back. Please welcome Isadora, Ludmila, and Kurt.
Good afternoon. So the previous speaker mentioned that he went to Stanford and that when he returned back to Brazil, many people didn't know what Stanford was. I feel the same way as a professor of entrepreneurship and a PhD graduate of UC Berkeley. One thing we found that we all have in common is both of you went to the University for Aviation, Technical Aviation in Brazil. Yes. And I did as well. I went to the United States Naval Academy and spent my first career as a naval aviator. I used to fly F-14s. When I left, I actually heard about something called the dot-com boom. And so when I got out of the Navy, it was 1997, and I showed up in Silicon Valley. And it was an amazing time. You could come up with any idea on a Friday, put .com at the end of it, and by Monday you could raise money. It was wonderful. And I see a lot of similarities to what we're living right now. As a venture capitalist, I've spoken to companies 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and then I re-meet them last year or the year before, and suddenly they're all AI companies now. So it's fascinating how that's happening in Silicon Valley this time around. But I do see a lot of similarities, and that's one of the things we want to talk about today. During a technical revolution, generally we don't understand what the revolution is until it happens. Meaning, when we started adopting the internet, what we call Web 1.0, what we generally did was just took things in our world and posted them online. So everything was static, right? We didn't really come up with new ways of doing business or new behaviors until finally some of the entrepreneurs, such as Jeff Bezos, realized that, well, the real power of the internet is that we can have unlimited inventory and we can know everything about our customer. This eventually becomes a new business model that we call the long tail, right? He opened up that long tail of revenue that we first saw in books, but then we saw it in a lot of other areas as well. For Web 2.0, it was companies that, like Yelp, that realized that in this new, faster web, we could have what's called user-generated content. So there's now a flow of information back and forth, which allows us to create new businesses and allows new behaviors to form as well. So I think that we're sitting in 1998 at the dot-com boom, but for AI. And my first question for both of you is, both of you founded your companies prior to the AI hype. So how have things evolved since when you first founded the company? And then what applications of AI have you now either added to the company, or maybe you did a fundamental shift within the company itself? So Isadora, let's start with you first.
Perfect. Super happy to be here. Good morning. And to explain what changed, I think it's important to first explain what do we do. And I will start by talking about a patient that most of us know. He's a male. He has diabetes. He doesn't refill his prescriptions for 3 months now. And no one calls him, and he doesn't call anyone. Not because he doesn't need it, not because people don't know he needs treatment, but simply because the system was designed in a way where this is how things work. And the next thing we know, this patient is going to show up in an ER with an acute, very serious issues, and by then he's going to cost 10x more to the system, and it's going to be with his health aggravated. So this is about like a reality that happens every day, and we started to try solving this issue back in 2020 when we first started. Our approach was like, if we know the theory that the more you manage the patient, the health of a patient, meaning the more you help them to navigate through the hardships of the health system, its bureaucracies, its information gaps, the better you get them to get the treatment they need when they need it. And therefore, they're going to cost less, and they're going to live more with better health outcomes. But no one does that. Why? So in our first attempt, we tried to solve the way, this was like 2020, right? Pre-pandemic, that we thought it was possible. We put together a team of, at the time, almost 100 people between nurses and doctors. And we had a tech-enabled operation, and we said, let's call all of these patients, let's use technology to digitalize this type of contact and try to make it work. Still, we couldn't do it. Like most of our clients and most of the public system cannot do. Over 97% of these patients, they never get a phone call, they never get steered to the right place they need to be going to. And we realized later that the gap wasn't the technology, the intelligence to tell them apart and prioritize them, neither the communication technologies to do that, but the execution. How do we execute in scale with a problem that gets exponentially harder when each patient has a different context and a different reality? So this was the main shift post-bubble burst, when we leapfrogged from just doing that with humans enabled by technology, by building a context layer of patients that helps agents to handle and take care most of the execution of admin jobs that were done by clinicians and clinical teams that shouldn't be doing so.
So was the great leap for you and realization that you could create back office efficiencies, or are the efficiencies with the interactions with the patient?
So I'm going to go back to one of the first talks we had today that was from Pedro and Victor, and they were talking a little bit about what's the simple idea you were trying to solve for, right? And for us was like, why is it so hard when a patient has a diagnosed issue to get care, and to get care in a way that's easy, that's simple, that has a very simple patient experience? And the reality is that it wasn't possible in 2020. We didn't have the infrastructure to do so. So in that sense, I think there is a part of the solution that it's how do we understand who this patient is, and how do we get not only the latest context of what he is trying to do, but also do we learn from every step he takes and how he responds to these attempts of interaction. So I would say that this is the infrastructure part that we solve for. But also, when we look at why it hasn't been done in scale, we think about the capacity. That's the ceiling we're hitting with healthcare. We just didn't have enough people to look at all patients in a country, in a continent. So we prioritize, and we only look at them when they are extremely sick and when we cannot postpone that anymore. Now we're talking about the engagement and how it happens, which was your second question, which is having the right infrastructure and the right context layer, having agents that can handle 80% of the nurse's job that wasn't nursing. We can actually help them to take care of admin jobs like scheduling, follow-up appointments, steering from referrals, discharge checkups, medication reminders, and all of these things that just were not being done, but actually are in the way of a better health for all of us.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ludmila, you have a similar situation in that Zippy was part of Y Combinator in 2019, right?
We were, yes.
So it's two different worlds that we're dealing with now, right? Or, as we talked about, you're being a software engineer, we had maybe different languages for AI in 2019. So maybe tell us a little about, and tell the audience what the company does, and then how it evolved since 2019.
Perfect. So at Zippy, we take care of the 21 million micro and small business in Brazil. So we provide a working capital tool that they use every week to run their businesses. So to buy inventory, to advance salaries, to help smoothen out cash flow instabilities. So our customers stay with us from the long term. So their long-term success is our long-term success. So from the beginning, using models was a huge part of our strategy because these customers, they have very fragmented financial lives. So as small businesses, some of them are highly informal. They use many bank accounts. They have their personal lives mixed with business lives. So stitching together all this data and making sense and understanding how much this business is making. Are they growing? Are they stable? Are they going through like a cash flow crunch, that was core for us. So we use many, many models to make sense of that data and stitch it together to be able to provide a very customized, at the customer level.
Even in 2019?
Even in 2019,
okay.
Yes. So this is a lot of course, those models became, what LLM did was it improved the rate at which we improve those models. So we're launching faster, and we're being able to manage higher complexity data and being able to one of the main sources of data that we have is open finance. But this is extremely hard data to make sense of. It's very unstructured. The things have meanings that don't always mean what you think, like the description of data. So we need, LLMs really allowed us to go faster and get more of the same data sets. And now, last year, it was the year that we launched the most amount of models in the history of Zippy. And I think that has a lot to do with what we have done in terms of agentic development for data scientists and data analysts. But what we have done recently as well in terms of product was one of the hardest part of being a micro-entrepreneur is that it's very volatile. So you have cash flow gaps. There are some weeks you sell less or more. These are usual, normal things that every business goes through, but they're much more at the margin. So getting the repayment and the payment experience right was a core part of our business. So before LLMs, what we were doing was they could self-serve in the app, and then there was some degree of customization. And if they didn't get what they needed from the app, they could call a person from our customer support and try to work out a different strategy. And we knew that was not great, because those things, when that happens, they want to see flexibility. They want to have agility. They don't want to go through a process that's going to take hours maybe to solve. So what we did was we redesigned that experience, that payment experience, from scratch using LLMs. So now our models know when to contact our client, what to offer them, and they have autonomy to get to the best conditions with the clients. And this has allowed us to improve retention by 20%. So this was a huge improvement in our business, and that improves the value proposition of the products, because those sorts of fluctuations in cash flow, they are the normal. They are not the exception, and most products treat them as an edge case, and for us now, it's core part of our value proposition.
Okay, what I'm hearing from both of you is that there's a similarity in terms of working with fragmented customer bases. So is it even possible to serve those customer bases without AI? Or is AI the differentiator now?
That's a really good question, because my short answer would be, it's not really possible. People wanted it to be, and I'll explain it a little bit better. So when we started 6 years ago, let's think of an example of a client of ours, or a generic example of one of our clients, mid-sized health insurer from Brazil, and Unimed, 200,000 lives, 200,000 insured patients. Out of those, 15,000 would have some known chronic disease that needs care management. On average, they have a team of 8 people trying to solve for this, engage these patients, and steer their care into the right cost-effective way. In a good day, they would make 40 calls a day, outbound calls. Half of them don't pick up the phone. So the math doesn't really add up, because they end up only being able to talk to 300, 400 patients. That's like 3% out of the 15,000 patients they have to talk to. And what ends up happening in these organizations, and they can be insurers, they can be SUS, the National Public Healthcare System, but also payers, providers like hospitals, is that they simply start looking at this and say, you know what, this project is not very strategic for us. It doesn't make financial sense. So was it possible? Yes, but in a very, very, very inefficient way, so much so that wasn't being done anymore. And I think that the main shift has been well, if instead of talking not only to 400 nor 15,000 patients, can I talk to the 200,000? Mm-hmm. And can I make this not a program, a small little niche part of my business, but can I make this a central part of patient experience and customer experience, to say the very least? So I think what we are seeing now is a new era for healthcare. A lot of what we're seeing with banking in Brazil, where Nubank helped to steer the way of thinking of patient or client experience as one of the core values on how banking should be delivered. The same thing is now happening, not just enabling a program, but rethinking what is the goal of a healthcare organization when it comes to patient support and patient experience.
Thank you. Udmila, do you think the same thing about reaching a larger fragmented audience now?
Very similarly. These customers were very underserved. We're still in a very large market and there was still so much to grow. But if you think about the scale in which we operate, this year we're projected to give 10 billion reais in loans, which is like a little less than $2 billion. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about a team of 65 people right now. Mm-hmm. So our models are making hundreds of thousands of decisions every week. And it's not only the first decision to approve a client, it is the lifetime decisions that you take every day to decide the journey that that customer is going to go into. Like, are we going to reach out to them? Which options are we going to offer? What's going to be their limit? What's going to be their price? So the level of customization and intelligence that we bring to be actually able to serve them at the scale that we do and with the efficiency that we do, I don't think would be possible.
Okay.
Yeah, and just like complementing, because I think you unlocked an important part. I'm obviously talking about scale, right? And how organizations think about the work that needs to be done. And when I say organizations, I mean public and private. We work with like roughly 50 enterprise clients. They're spread around the private and public sector. But if you think from the perspective of people actually doing the work, and we're talking about doctors, talking about nurses, clinical teams, it's simply not possible to operate in this level of complexity and scale. When we talk about like calling a patient and steering their care in a way that's efficient for them and for the system, that means having the right context, hearing back what does the patient need, when does he need it. So one thing we figured out that was surprising was that a lot of patients not only didn't pick up the call, because they don't take phone calls anymore in Brazil, but also because they are working. Mm-hmm. And the nurses are working in the same time as the patients are working. So unless you can talk off business hours, they're not going to respond, they're not going to engage, and then the next day they're going to have other commitments. So if you think of like how this complexity works is exponentially, both from the data coming in of clinical input that adapts the context layer of patients, but also the complexity on how do I execute this when I have work shifts, when I have people who are tired, they don't have enough resources, they are overworked with other more important decisions. It's just a work that doesn't get done.
Okay. It's you're helping me because I teach entrepreneurship, and each semester the first 4 weeks, we have to explore what are new opportunities. Mm-hmm. And this year, of course, we've been focused on what are the new opportunities in applying AI. So you just gave me rule number 1 for next semester, which is look at fragmented markets that maybe could not be served in the past. So that's going to be my rule number 1. Thank you.
Love it.
Let's move on to something that I've really enjoyed about getting to understand the power of these new tools. I feel that all of us can be Renaissance people now, meaning I'm good at certain things, I'm not very good at other things, but it levels me up in all areas now. I can almost become superhuman in some respects. Have you been thinking about that and how it applies to your team, to your workforce? This other aspect of AI?
Perfect. can get started if you want. So what people talk a lot about efficiency and productivity with AI, which of course is a huge lever. But then the question is, what do you do with the extra time, right? And what we see is, as you were saying, there's definitely what we saw in our team. I'll give an example with our data agents specifically, because of course, the amount of decisions that we take programmatically, the models, it takes a lot of experimentation as well. So we have very robust experimentation frameworks, and at any point at ZP, there will be dozens of experiments that will be running parallel that need to be evaluated, and we need to make a decision either to put that in production or not. Data analysis in general is a very large function in the company. So we have like data engineers, data analysts, data scientists. And what we saw when we created the data agents layer that has deep context of our data warehouse, that knows what each column means and how to join the data to get analysis, what we saw is not analysts doing the more analysis with the same, just doing more parallel analysis. What we saw was doing deeper analysis, so getting through more hypotheses, so going deeper into the work as they were getting responses, actually iterating more. But then what we didn't expect was it kind of shifted the responsibilities that data scientists had into the data analysts. So now the data analysts were using AI techniques. They were doing feature engineering. And that's how we accelerated so much the new model creation, because now the data analysts that were spending a lot of time writing SQL queries are now creating models and then handing them over to data scientists that will do a lot more technical work. So we so now what data scientists do is very different, because they're doing like hyperparameter optimization. Okay, that's a much more technical thing that was 5% of their time, and now it's 40% of their time. So it really elevated not only productivity, but the performance of the teams and how much they are value they're generating for us. So I think we see this renaissance in terms of as you take the mechanical part, what you have left normally is going much further, and especially for high-performing teams that have like strong critical thinking, we see that they really go further.
That's great. Have you seen something similar?
Very similar. And I think bringing it to our context, a known problem for those trying to figure it out how to tackle the healthcare IT challenges. There is a known issue, which is, clients have a lot of expectations, and different expectations when you think about like large enterprises. They have so many different workflows, needs for customizations, and often they don't have a really large IT budget. So how that like trickles down to us technology providers is you just need to build a lot of features that used to cost a lot of money to build, and you need to have some level of adaptability for each client. So what we're realizing now is that, talking about this Renaissance context, the tech teams, they don't work the same way as they used to, meaning like only engineers can handle building features. And as a matter of fact, now what we are noticing is people who understand the most about the concept, what problem we're trying to solve and why, and how exactly does it work for that client, are the ones who are often better positioned to think about the challenge. And a lot of the engineers' work has shifted not to only build things, because things are being built by agents internally, right? But to create the correct guardrails to make sure that whatever is coming to enter this like new code base, it's not only safe and compliant with all of these new threats that are coming up on data security, on information security, but also that it's good code that is consistent. So it's a shift, and it's a shift where people are having to be detached from their original roles, take on new roles, and learn how to delegate the very core of some of the things that we're doing, and teach this new system of agents on how to operate in a way that's better than what they could do it themselves. So it's quite interesting. It's not for everyone.
I was just going to bring that up. So as an entrepreneur and as a technical optimist, I get very excited by this, right? But people are creatures of habit.
Yes.
People like their own domains. People like the fact that they're experts and you're not an expert. Are you seeing some issues within the company? Are there certain people that are pushing back? Are there certain tensions that are being created?
So
we're all friends here. You can just tell us all your dirty laundry.
I have a different take on this one,
okay.
Which is there is I hear a lot from founders that frustration of like, oh, people are not adopting AI at the rate that I would like. Maybe they're not curious enough, they're not proactive enough. And then normally what's happening is something very different. Normally what's happening, I find it to be one of the two things. Either there is like a very augmented expectation of what's actually possible for that company at that stage with that complexity of code base. And then the other is there's not enough of what Isa was saying about like the context layer and the harnesses and the safety systems. Because if you throw an agent at a code base without context, it will get lost and it will be a terrible experience for everyone involved. You will waste a lot of time. And I think that sometimes what people are saying, oh, my team is not adopting AI, is just people having this normal frustrated experience of like, my agent is lost because there's a huge context here, they don't know how to navigate it. So I think normally when someone approaches me like, oh, my team is not curious enough and they're not adopting AI, I'm saying like, let's talk about the things that you have invested in terms of infrastructure and enablement to make AI successful for your company. And then we can talk about individual curiosity.
Okay.
That's normally not the problem.
Okay. Isadora, do you want to add anything? And then we're going to open it up to a question or two.
I think that was spot on. And just bringing this role, our responsibility as leaders now in organizations that don't have the privilege of being AI native, but survivors of the bubble burst and are now having to reinvent themselves in the age of AI and rebuild themselves. It's how do we build the right mindset, but not only mindsets, the right internal infrastructure for that to flourish. And I agree with Ludmila that it's not an individual contributor's responsibility solely to be the one advocating for that. It is a company-wide restructuring, and that's a lot on the leadership.
Okay, great. Carol, do we have any questions?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. I wish we could keep going, but we do have time for maybe 2 questions. One question, the first one, I'm imagining you get this all the time, but what was the greatest challenge each of you faced as a female Brazilian founder?
Well, first challenge is starting off, definitely representation. I think it's very comforting to look to your side and then see someone that you can identify with that is occupying their role. So especially me going into a CTO role, that was even more rare. But then I had to find a strong net support system that had not CTOs, but great entrepreneurs, females, leaders that I could identify with. And that gave me a lot of structure and confidence to really navigate not having so many references.
Yeah, very similar, but I think I'll add, healthcare is a very traditional market, even though technology is known to be innovative. A lot of leaders that I relate with, they are male, older doctors. I'm not a doctor. So there is like this big gap of who is this person that feels entitled to tell me something and think, things can be done differently. And I think that overcoming that and building these trust relationships takes time. And takes a lot of, maybe some extra work to overcome the diversity gap. I've been coming to these events. The first time was 2019. I would say in 2019, I think we were pretty much the only female founders here, and I see the audience and the speakers are way more balanced this year, so a lot has improved. And I think in addition to that, just building new references, not only for clients, but for our own organization of what leadership looks like, because I think we're only used to models that are very male and have like a certain stereotype, and it can take different shapes and forms, but we don't have these role models yet, so we're still building them.
Yeah, thank you. And fun fact, and maybe you've noticed, but a lot of the team, the BSV team, is all female. So I think we have 30 seconds, so quick answer. Is AI genuinely open doors, or is it just making old doors revolve faster?
I'd say opening new doors.
Opening doors. It's a new era for healthcare. I would say anyone who is unsure where to start their company, go to healthcare.
Thank you.
And along those lines, for next semester, our second principle will be, it's not just about efficiency, it's what you're going to do with the efficiency.
Yes.
That's going to open the door.
Thank you, Kurt, Ludmila, and Adora. These are the conversations we like to have here. Before you go, everyone, we now have our lunch break, but just before, I want to announce we have a lot going on. In the first floor, we have a time capsule where you can record yourself answering a prompt, where do you see Brazil and yourself in 1 year, and you get your video next year right before BSV. We also have a Gemini logo competition right here outside next to the lunch, where lunch is being served. We also have a robot walking around. You can interact with it. Lastly, as you all know, we do have an app. So please find other people you wouldn't connect with otherwise. Enjoy lunch. We'll see you here sharply at 2 for the next panel.
Hello, my name is Billy from Free Sound Music. We are so happy that we jumped over 3,000 subscribers. Thank you for your trust and your support. We want to celebrate our success with a free giveaway. You will get the music you hear in the background for free, including your personalized premium license. All you have to do, visit our website freesoundmusic.eu, choose the tab Premium License, fill in the form with your name and address. We need it to personalize your premium license. Link to this video. You have to choose a payment method, but we will not charge you anything. Choose PayPal. Please type into the message box 3000. We will prepare your personal premium license and the download link to this uncompressed audio file of this ragtime track in maximum 48 hours. All the best, have a great time on YouTube. And now let's listen to the entire song you get for free.
You are listening to Beat Grounds.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Just a little warning, there was a change in the schedule, so right now it's going to be the panel with Ligiane and Emilio. It's going to be how can AI unlock human scale, and then after that we're going to go with the team building the future of quantum computing. So, good afternoon. I'm Beatrice Rolim. I'm co-chief of staff of Brazil at Silicon Valley. I'm a Brazilian lawyer, and I'm doing an LLM candidate at UC Berkeley on merit scholarship from the university and Instituto Ling. I started in capital markets in São Paulo, where I learned how systems scale. Then I went in-house at a Series B AI startup at Silicon Valley, where I changes the paradigm every single day. One person doing what used to take an entire team. And the question I haven't been able to shake since is, what happens when that reaches everyone? I can't think of a better person to explore that than Ligiane Jones. She led Slack, then Bumble, platforms that gave millions of people the power to connect, create, and make the first move. If anyone understands what happens when you remove the barrier between a person and their potential, it's her. With her is Emilio Moaca, years scaling global tech companies, from president of Microsoft Brazil to VP at Apple, ex-board member at BSV, and now an ambassador at the Stanford Center of Longevity. Asking what might be the most important version of that question, how does AI help us not just to work better, but live better? Ligiane, Emilio, we are all yours.
Well, good afternoon. Just after lunch, I was looking at our pictures. It seems like Ligiane is looking to one side, I'm looking to the other side, but hopefully we'll connect very well. So Ligiane, thank you so much for coming to our event. It's been years in the making. I'm very happy that our schedules worked.
I'm thrilled to be here. So thank you and the entire organization for having me. We did change schedules, so I hope you're not disappointed that it's Emilio and I. Yeah. But we're very, very excited to get a chance to talk about the human side of leadership, and so important at a time like we're living now in tech.
So hopefully in the next 30 minutes, you get to know Ligiane not only as a leader, but as a person, and some of her leadership traits, and how she built her amazing career here in the US. So to set the stage, I'll start with early on, right? When you were 12 years old, and how you got to your first coding academy.
Yeah, Emilio asked me, as we have gotten to know each other, how did I get into computers? And I was just pretty fascinated by how programming was evolving. And I'm old. That was in the late 90s or mid-90s, yeah. And my family was really poor. I grew up in São Paulo, and the east side of São Paulo, we didn't have much money. And I wanted to take programming classes. So I started calling from the payphone, calling a radio station that was giving away classes. And I got, after endless calls, I got a little scholarship to go attend this class, which I had to catch a bus. My parents thought it was the biggest nightmare. But I was the only child there. Everybody was an adult, and it was, when I started taking, I think it was BASIC and COBOL, like really old languages, but I was so hooked at that point forward, and it was, what I was gonna do. So that's where it really started, and I started really bugging my parents to help me get little parts of computers so I could build them, and it's been a really fun journey ever since.
Yeah. And that led you to get to know some people that help you make the decision to come to the US, to go to Michigan. So tell us more about it.
Again, because I lived in São Paulo, it wasn't in the cards for my family that I would go to college. Like, my parents didn't go to college. They didn't have money for me to go to college. So it was not a possibility for me. And when I was in 8th grade or 9th grade, I was selected. when you think about outreach programs that helps kids, I'm one of those kids. I was one kid selected to go take this year-long development training, which was really intended to help kids that are never going to go to college, so you can build a little bit of skills and get a trade job of some kind. And I already thought I was the luckiest kid in the world because I was going to get a better job than my mom. And my mom was a house cleaner. I was going to be a house cleaner too, but now I got this training, so maybe I get a job doing something else. And I was always dreaming of being a bank teller. I was like, maybe I can be a bank teller someday. And so I was extremely excited about that and got to learn all sorts of interesting things, more programming. And what they did is some of the kids that were selected for this program got to go intern at companies. And I got to do a junior internship at Ford Motor Company in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And it was there that I met a couple, an American couple, that was doing an engineering assignment in Brazil. And they were like, wow, you should go study in the US. I was the overachiever. Me and another boy, we were we'll do anything, we'll happily do all of it. And they said, we would love for you to go to college in the US. And I was like, well, I don't speak English, I don't have money, and there's a lot of obstacles. And they got to go meet my mom and my dad and try to explain they wanted to help. And I had to self-teach English for a year. And they would help. The wife would call and speak to me in English and give me little books and things to do on the weekends. And that's how I ended up finding my path, and they helped me get a scholarship. And they were moving back to Michigan, so that's why I ended up in Michigan, and I ended up going to school in Michigan. I did not speak English well enough to go to school. I passed the test, but I really, really struggled. It was cold, it was hard. I couldn't call my mom very often. It was really expensive at that time to make a phone call. So it was extremely hard. But I was telling Emilio backstage, this family is still part of my life. I just went back to Michigan 2 weeks ago because the gentleman just turned 80, and he and his wife are like extra parents I get to have. So they've certainly shaped my life, and I hope I've shaped theirs. But it was how I ended up here. And when you are in a situation that you win the lottery ticket, and for me this was a lottery ticket, in the hardest of days, my mom, when I did get the 2-minute call a month I used to get, she'd say, come home, just come home, because I would cry the whole time. And I was like, I cannot give away the ticket. Somebody else could have had that ticket. And so, we were talking about hardship in AI right now, and jobs and things that are so uncertain. It's like, there will be uncertain times, but the moments that are extremely hard, that you don't even know how you're going to make the next week, that's when you really develop resilience, creativity, and you figure out how you're going to make it another week, and make it another month, make it another quarter. Once I got past the first year in Michigan, I was like, oh my God, I can get scholarships. The school is full of resources. And then, it was really when the world felt like a playground. And so I thought, students at Michigan, the ones that didn't have as much of a hardship as me, were complaining about how hard things were, and I was like, oh my God, things are amazing. You can get to do so many things. There's just different perspective. And I took advantage of it all. I came to WWDC because Apple, would host students here. When Steve Jobs was retiring, Mac OS 9, I got to intern at Apple. I really took advantage of all that the university had to offer. So that was a little bit about my journey, how I ended up here in the US. And it was a dream come true, and I feel so lucky.
No, so amazing. And I had some parallels myself. I came to the US when I was 18 to go to college. Very little English, just trying to get my way through it. So we really recognize similar pathways here. You intern at Apple, and then you got a job offer at Microsoft. I mean, who would not want to have 2 offers, right? You read a book, and that book made you reflect and think about your next step.
Yeah, when I first got to the US, I read The Road Ahead, that Bill Gates had written. And I had also loved the polish of Apple. But I got really captivated by the way that Microsoft really thought about learning and mobility. And the company was very focused on, we develop people to really, really push their boundaries and then to push each other's boundaries. And that creates a culture of excellence at every, and not to say that was perfect, by the way. It was extremely hard for women. So that was, but I was like, I want to go to a place that I'm going to be pushed to my limits and beyond. And so that was very motivating for me. Apple was an amazing place to intern, but Apple didn't, at that moment in time, was small. It was just the infinite loop. And it didn't really encourage mobility. And people had been in the same roles for a really long time. And Microsoft was designed around, you ship a product, you move on to another product, you do something else. And that was a lot more of how I am. I love to learn and to really, get to experience different things. So that's what really got me to decide on Microsoft versus Apple. But I don't think there was a wrong choice on that one.
No, two amazing choices. Two amazing choices. When I look at your career, 13 years at Microsoft, Office product manager, you did a lot on collaboration, Azure. Then you moved to Sonos, the speakers, and you realized you wanted to go back to software.
That's right.
Came back to Slack, then going through the Salesforce acquisition, becoming CEO of Slack, and then CEO of Bumble. And now as an investment advisor for a VC. So you went through a lot of transitions where you had to adapt a lot. And I'll put a plug here for the Center of Longevity on what we study, right? And basically when you look at 100 years, people that will live to 100 years, there will be a lot of transitions. And managing transitions will be quite important. The other pillar is about lifelong learning. That's becoming much more like a long life learning. So when you look at all those transitions and adaptabilities, what do you thought through? What are the key things that you use in terms of intuition on, okay, how do I stretch myself to the next role? Where do I want to grow?
I think in a lot of cases when people are trying to make career decisions or company decisions, like do I invest in this or not, there's a normal, natural tendency to go to where you're most comfortable with because you get to succeed, right? That's the less risky bet sometimes to make. I have really shaped my career on like the opposite, to be honest. I always look for where am I gonna learn the most? And sometimes that means it's the hardest thing to do because you're entering a new environment where you know very little. And so the transition from Microsoft to Sonos, go to like ginormous company to a company that was still private, it was hardware. I knew nothing about hardware. I had interned at Apple on the software side, like genuinely didn't know how we were gonna make a business out of that. And hardware businesses are so hard. And then going back to a large company in software, then going back to consumer. So I really optimize for personal growth and where I can add value, bring experiences that I have, but also push myself. And that's been the most exciting part of my career is when people talk about the different brands, it's actually not what I look at, it's how much did I learn and the people that I got to meet as part of those journeys. So I feel extremely lucky because I have experienced so many different things across smaller companies to larger companies, more known brands, less known brands, consumer and enterprise, B2B, SMB versus large enterprise. So it's just a broad, set of experiences. But that's been my, my own, personal growth. I do think it is important now to figure out for yourself if you're getting too comfortable in the age in which we're moving. That's probably not a great place to be. Like if we're not uncomfortable at least a little bit, and we're not moving at the pace that our industry is moving at. So it works for me. I'm really loving this time of our industry because it's so evolving.
Very dynamic.
It's exciting, very dynamic, it's exciting.
And you mentioned one couple that helped you as sponsors or as mentors. How has the role of sponsorship and mentorship played out throughout your career?
It's critical. I think when you're navigating an organization, small or big, and you're learning a new business, you do need people that can support you along the way, either by sponsoring or giving you a chance because they know your work, or mentoring along the way because you're developing the skills that you don't have yet. So for me, it's been really important. And I always look at people that I admire. And that means a couple of things. I admire in their craft. They're great at what they do. But on the softer side of things, that we share a set of values. And for me, that's high integrity, great humanity. And so if there are people that really align with that, for me, they have been the best mentors and the best sponsors. And what I was telling Emilio as we were chatting is that the people that are the best mentors in my life have been with me beyond any one job. One of my early mentors at Microsoft, we got to cross paths again at Sonos, and we got to cross paths later. I learned a tremendous amount how to be a great leader from him. My greatest sponsor in my career has been Brett Taylor. He gave me incredible opportunities at Salesforce and really was a big part of why I became the CEO of Slack. We're still really close to this day. And the reason why I think I wanted to make that point is sometimes we think about the infamous word networking, and many cases I hear that word used in such a shallow way. And if you genuinely want to find sponsors and mentors, think of the relationships you're developing with the people that are going to carry along with you, because they're gaining from you, and you're going to get to do that for someone else as well. It's a positive cycle, but it has to go beyond the moment in which you need help. It has to be a genuine and honest connection. So for me, that's been a really important thing, and I hope to do the same with some of the folks that I'm supporting, is that I want to go beyond that one job that they have today, because otherwise it is shallow. And I do think the universe of our tech, despite being really global, it's quite small. Your reputation will precede you. People will get to know you. So treasure your mentors and your sponsors because I think you'll pay dividends.
No, very good. So you talked about Brett and Salesforce. Slack was acquired for $28 billion.
Yeah.
And he became the CEO of Slack. One of the challenges when you get acquired, and we saw this morning Brex, going through the Capital One acquisition, is how you maintain the culture. You wanted to keep Slack, but also you wanted to continue to unlock the potential of your team through creativity, humanity. How did you do it? How did you keep yourself focused on going through the acquisition process, the cultural changes, and trying to maintain the entrepreneurship within Slack?
Yeah, as I was going through the interview process when I was being considered to be the CEO of Slack, I took some time to also think about, am I the person that's going to be a good person for this team? And I loved Slack from my Sonos days. We were one of the earliest customers Slack had. So I knew the history. I'm such a tech nerd. Like, what happened to this feature? What happened? So most of the interview process for me was asking Stuart and Cal what decisions they had made along the way that had evolved the product. So there was a genuine passion for what the company was that I think made the decisions that I made for Slack important ones. But I walked in a difficult moment. It was during the first kind of slump of the market, and the cultures of Slack and Salesforce at that moment in time could not be farther apart. Very product-led company, Slack, and Salesforce being a very go-to-market-led company. So there's many cultural differences. And I was succeeding a founder. I don't know if you guys know Stuart Butterfield. In our last day with him, we did an all hands where employees got to share their stories about him. And we were in the headquarters in San Francisco. Employees were literally crying. I was like, oh, wow, how am I going to succeed that? But it was important for me. What I noticed there was that Stuart was always transparent and always spoke from the heart. And what I told the team was, I'm not Stuart. I'm not going to pretend to be Stuart, but we share the same set of values. And so for me, what was the essence of what made Slack great It was just incredible product polish that was aligned to productivity and to the customer that was using the product. It was really product-led growth motion that is so unparalleled. So I wanted to really preserve what was an essence of the DNA of the company while we're also driving an integration. And it was very surgical. And so every month we had all hands, and I would tell employees, like, okay, we're going to do this. It's not going to feel good, but this is why we're going to do it. And there were things that I had to tell Salesforce we were not going to do because it was not the right thing for Slack to succeed in the long haul. It was a very intense time, to say the least, but it does help. It did help me to be Brazilian, to be honest, at this time, because I remember I was doing an all hands. It wasn't even here in the US. I think because I was visiting customers globally, every month I was doing an all hands in a different part of the world. I think that one I was in London, and there was some change we were making to our go-to-market teams or something like that. And an employee said, "Why do we have to be here at Salesforce? We hate them," and there's language like that. And I was like, "Look, guys, I'm Brazilian. I am also American citizen now. My husband is American. My kids are Brazilian and American." And I was like, and I love Brazil. I love Brazilian food. I love the weather. I love the culture. But I also love America now. And there's so much that I love about it. And I was like, this is what we actually need to do here. We need to do bring what's amazing about Slack and what's amazing about Salesforce, and amplify the value that together they have. And that analogy, I just was in San Francisco last fall at an event, and there was a former Slack employee came to say hi to me, and she said, "Oh, I was thinking of that story," and I had totally forgotten about it. But these kind of, really human, we all get emotional about work because we care, and so it's really important to kind of bring the context to the reality of the business decisions we have to make. I am relentless about results. In the case of Slack, we had massive and ambitious revenue goals. We also had a product roadmap that was really ambitious because it was the first year post ChatGPT. So we were kind of firing.
And you launched Slack GPT.
Yeah, the
right?
first set of Slack AI capabilities. But you can see now, the team is unlocking Slack bot. Like, I do think the Slack has become strategically critical for Salesforce at a time like this. And so it's amazing to see it continue to flourish. But it was an incredible learning experience, and I am grateful to have had that opportunity.
Yeah. Just show of hands here. Who uses Slack?
Yay, makes me very happy.
No, very good. I mean, still very impactful.
Yeah, and it will for a long time. I think kudos to Cal and Stuart, though. They really built an enduring product.
I'm going to ask you one more question, and then I think we have some questions there, all right? The theme of our panel is how can AI unlock human scale? And you always talk about creativity and humanity, and that AI should not eliminate that, right? So when you see where AI is moving, and it's moving at a very fast pace, how do you see this in terms of how it will unlock human potential?
It is a time of such a big displacement, right? I think it would be naive for us to say some jobs won't be, highly impacted. But for me, I think the change management of that process of thinking about how do we design the next set of organizations of the future and help people come along with it. And even from our time at Slack in the early days was, how do we unlock the creativity that's locked today? How do we actually develop the next wave of jobs that people should have? There will be displacement, but how do we prepare? How do we prepare our employees? How do we prepare our customers? And I think that's what I think is missing in a lot of the dialogue in the industry today, is that the opportunities are massive. They're massive, actually, right now. But we have to help people be ready for it. So I'm excited that this audience is here, because you're the leaders that are helping shape the next generation of companies. You're building the changes in organizations that will set up the future of the workers in the next couple of decades.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Emilio and Lidiane. So the first question that the audience has is to Lidiane. Did you have any particular challenges because of your gender?
Yes. Look, I think the industry hasn't gotten any better or easier for women. We talked a lot about this, even for you also, right? When you're a minority in a room, regardless of where you're coming from, you're going to have to find ways to use your voice. For me, it's been really important to know where I was not going to change. I am not someone that yells, and I will never do that. But I am decisive, and so I'll find my way to deliver a decisive outcome and be seen in a room in my own style. So I think, don't get discouraged by challenges, this discrimination, all sorts of things will happen. It's just how you handle it will set the tone for the rest of the room. And so that's where I've always put my own energy, is how I was going to manipulate my own behavior so that it wasn't just about me, it was about everybody who was around me.
Yeah, and one of the videos I watched in preparation for this interview was when you start talking about belonging, not fitting in, really maintaining your values. So that resonated a lot with me.
Oh, thank you.
Next question is, what's next for you? What challenges are you getting engaged and excited?
As Amelia said, I've been doing advisory at a VC, which has been an exciting phase for me. And I'll tell you, one little piece of advice for all the entrepreneurs in the room is, don't raise too fast. Keep ownership of your business. I feel like the amount of mistakes I've seen on that has been mind-boggling. But I am a builder. I love building product, so I'm not going to stay in advising forever. I definitely want to go back to an operating role sometime soon. But it is such a fun time that I'm taking my time to land on the right spot.
And you had this approach on one step at a time, but maintaining focus. So don't get... don't misunderstand Lidiane for her soft tone. She's extremely decisive, right? I mean, I can see the Microsoft DNA right in terms of execution, in terms of decisiveness. But also, we discussed in preparation for this meeting that sometimes thinking globally is super important. So.
Yeah, what I'll say is aim for the stars. Life is too short. When I always like to use Everest as an analogy, go aim to the top of Everest. You might not even know how you're going to get to the first camp base yet, but remember the objective is the top of Everest. So figure out how to get to base one. Once you get to base one, you figure out the next one. There will be a whole set of new challenges you don't know yet, but just set the milestones that will help you. And what I want to see more of entrepreneurs, especially Brazilian entrepreneurs, is don't just think Brazil, don't just think Latin American, think globally. And we've seen some, Brex is a great example, some amazing companies have global impact. I want to see more of that. So I think, aim your ambition high, go big, even if you don't know how you're going to get to the top yet.
I think the next question is actually on that line. So what career advice do you have for Brazilians building their careers in tech? And I'm sure both of you have insights.
And maybe that's your last question.
Yeah, I think we're at time.
Because I think I wanted to finish with some words of inspiration from you and knowledge to this audience and to the ones that are seeing. I think in our case, our panel is being broadcasted to Brazil as well.
My career advice is be adaptable because everything's changing so fast. Don't be afraid to roll up your sleeves as you're building your company or you're starting your job. Don't get discouraged, by, I was helping a startup and then Anthropic launched something and they're like, okay, we're pivot. That's okay, just pivot. So don't get discouraged. I think the journey sometimes isn't so linear, and that's okay. Every turn you take, you're learning something new. But it is an exciting time. So I'm excited to see more people in tech entering the industry. But ask me, what do you want me to say that's inspiring?
No, I think besides that, everything that you told me about, don't give up too early. That came as a topic this morning. It's tough. I mean, President Obama once said, things that are tough. So it's just how to build up this resilience that we have in Brazilians to keep on driving. But having a much broader goal to achieve, like the Everest?
I mean, there's been a number of times in my career, and I hear this from founders or people going through their own journey, that you literally don't know how you're gonna make it. You just don't know. And when you are feeling that way, call the friend, the mentor, the person who will help you just navigate the first few days, because you will hit it, it will happen, but don't give up. Usually those are the times that real innovation happen, when you're like truly in constraint. Like you don't have money, you don't know how you're gonna survive the next month, your company got totally disrupted. Those are the moments where real creativity has to unlock. So lean on the people that can just get you through those tough days, but don't give up is my biggest piece of advice.
Well,
thank you
very
so much for having me. Thank you so much,
thank you.
Emilio.
Muito obrigado, Ligiane.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Emilio.
Obrigado,
Foi um prazer, viu?
Thank you. Thank you, Emilio. Thank you, Ligiane. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're feeling energized and excited for a wonderful continuing with our wonderful afternoon program. My name is Sibeli. I'm a first-year MBA student at Stanford, and I'm thrilled to announce our next session for the day, for the afternoon. We'll have Pete Shadbolt and Manuel Lemos sitting down for a conversation on quantum computing. And we'll hear from Peter's perspectives on the current state of the field. So what's actually possible today, how close we truly are to practical quantum advantage, and what a realistic path to large scale looks like. Pete has spent the last 15 years working on quantum computing. He holds a PhD in experimental quantum photonics from the University of Bristol, and he has also completed a postdoc at Imperial College London. In 2016, he moved to Palo Alto, California, to co-found PsiQuantum, where he now serves as Chief Scientific Officer. PsiQuantum's photonic approach leverages high-volume semiconductor manufacturing to rapidly scale quantum systems. And they recently broke ground in Chicago on America's largest quantum computing project. Joining him on stage, we'll have Manuel, who is the founder and managing partner at Hey Ho Ventures, an early-stage fund investing in AI and emerging technology companies in Silicon Valley. He's a computer engineering by training, with executive education from MIT Sloan and Stanford GSB. Manuel brings over 3 decades of experience as an entrepreneur, executive, and venture capitalist across Brazil and the US. He was previously managing partner at Redpoint Ventures, where he backed Latin America unicorns, including Creditas, Wellhub, and Pismo. He also advises Itaú Unibanco on AI strategy and serves on the board of Cubo Itaú. Now firmly rooted in Silicon Valley, he has launched Hey Ho Ventures to back AI-native founders building for global markets. Please join me on a welcome to Pete and Manuel. Pete, Manuel, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The stage is yours.
So thank you. It's a big pleasure to be here, especially to have my friend Pete here. Pete is doing a fantastic job at PsiQuantum, but before we enter on the conversation, I have a confession to make. I was a skeptic on quantum. I did a lot of research in high-performance computing and supercomputing back in Brazil, more than 30 years ago. And at that time, quantum was science fiction. Nobody knew if that was going to work. People were expecting that. But then, more than a year and a half ago, a friend of mine, my partner, Eduardo at Gilbert Capital in Brazil, he called me and asked me, what do you know about quantum computing? And I have to confess that I said I have no fucking clue about that. I don't think that is for us, and I don't think that's for now.
Too right.
Yeah,
Too right.
Yeah.
That's the right answer.
And then I decided to do my homework, Pete. I spent weeks studying, doing my basics 101 on quantum physics. The more I studied, the less I knew. So it was kind of a feeling dumber as the process go. But then in the end, I noted that there was a lot of progress in the space. You guys are doing a tremendous job. I converted into a believer. And in the end, we ended up investing in PsyQuantum. So I think that to start, for we, the skepticals and the laymen here in the audience, please introduce yourself and tell us what you're trying to build at PsyQuantum.
Yeah, so thanks for the nice introduction and really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm a co-founder of PsyQuantum. I've worked on quantum computing for about 15 years, originally as a technical person in the lab, and now doing all sorts of things here in Silicon Valley for the last decade. And so the company was founded 10 years ago. We're a startup company. We're based in Palo Alto here. All of the founders came out of the UK and Australia. And the company is very simple. We're just trying to do one thing, which is to build the first really useful large-scale quantum computers. So quantum computing has been this dream, this vision for decades. There are tens of thousands of people around the world. Many of the best scientists and engineers in the world have already given their whole life to this idea of building a new computer in this way. And it's getting very exciting now. It's getting to the point where we can see the end of the road. We're not there yet, but it's a privilege to work on this technology.
That's amazing. So getting back to the quantum 101,
yeah.
What is a useful large-scale quantum computer and why that matters?
Yeah, so the idea of quantum computing came about around 50 years ago. So 100 years ago, people came up with new physics. You know, prior to that, we had the physics of Maxwell and Newton. And then Einstein and Dirac and Schrödinger and others, about 100 years ago, found very provocative new physics that we call quantum physics. And that was, you know, pure study of the universe, etc. But pretty quickly, people started to think about how we could use this new physics. And my favorite illustration of where the idea of quantum computing comes from is due to Rolf Landauer. Rolf Landauer was an information theorist at IBM for a long time. And he's famous for saying that information is physical. So I really like this quote. If you're like me, when I think of information, like words or numbers or sounds, it feels abstract. It feels like it floats above my head. Landauer is saying that information doesn't exist unless it's encoded physically somehow. Ink on a page, or rocks on a beach, or fields in a magnetic hard disk or something. And so the operations that we can do with information are limited by the physics of that encoding. And what the early pioneers of quantum computing worked out is that we could use this new physics to do new things with information, and that in some cases that gives us completely new and profoundly more powerful strategies to compute. And so it's a little bit as if we were playing a game of chess, and we had some pre-established rules of the game. And then I said, you know, Manuel, I'm going to use new physics, and that means I have new moves that I can play. Superposition and entanglement and these kind of provocative, spooky things that were discovered a long time ago. I'm going to use those in my strategy. Now you're in big trouble in that game of chess. And so that's basically the idea. We're going to build a quantum computer that encodes information in the state of single atoms, single electrons, single photons, something like that. And we're going to unlock profoundly more capable algorithms for chemistry, for material science, drug discovery, fuels, catalysts, fertilizers, new semiconductors, lithium-ion battery, which is a topic close to our heart, and various other things. So
one interesting question is just for us to make that tangible. If you could take one example of a potential application that you guys are aiming to use the machine that you're building, for example, in drug discovery and things like that, if you could give us a scale on what we cannot do with traditional computing, and probably will never be able to do, and it's going to be unlocked with quantum.
Yeah, I'll give two examples from different ends of the spectrum. And my favorite is the P450 enzyme. So P450 is an enzyme that's involved in metabolizing about 75% of drugs that are used by human beings. So it's a little molecule, we find it in our body, and it processes a good fraction of the drugs that we take. Paracetamol, whatever.
Yep.
And the structure of that molecule, the chemistry is very well known, but the electronic structure, the question of where the electrons sit in that molecule, is still an unknown question with adequate precision. And it's estimated that it would take a conventional supercomputer something like 10 to the power of 100 years, so much longer than the age of the universe. Take every supercomputer, every AI cluster, whatever, throw it all at this problem. It will take longer than the age of the universe to accurately calculate the electronic structure of that molecule. And so that's basically effectively forever outside our reach.
Yep.
We use this thing every day, billions of times a day. Somehow we're using it, but we don't know what shape it is, and we can't calculate what shape it is. A quantum computer, on the other hand, could accurately calculate the electronic structure of that molecule in a matter of minutes. And so this is why Google, IBM, Intel, Microsoft, Amazon, etc. are all spending billions of dollars in pursuit of quantum computing. They're going to very extreme lengths. Google has now probably the coldest thing in the universe in a lab in Santa Barbara. That's a very extreme thing to do, and they're going to that kind of length to access this very categorically different kind of computer.
That's really interesting. I remember that when we were discussing about the investment, you were educating us on the space, that you had a very interesting data point that you brought, that a lot of the industries that we see today that are the big industries, they were created on top of very basic physics and chemistry and, let's say, raw knowledge somehow. And a quantum computing could be an instrument to empower that. How do you see that? Why pursue that?
Yeah, so I think, I think this is a broad trend that we see across kind of technology and industry more and more acutely as time goes on. When I moved to Silicon Valley from the UK 10 years ago, it was SaaS and dating apps and dog walking, and that was the kind of theme. And if you talk to people about high performance computing or semiconductor hardware or whatever, it was a little unpopular.
Yes.
I think you remember.
I felt that.
And I think what we've seen in the last decade is just this sort of increasing understanding that, in one sense, the Fortune 100 is people shaking hands. I was wondering what people visualize when you say Fortune 100.
If you ask ChatGPT, what is
So
that?
type into ChatGPT image generation, just type Fortune 100 image. You can find out what people visualize, which is men in suits shaking hands. That's what the AI thinks the Fortune 100 is. We know really that it's car companies, materials companies, energy, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, and all of these huge industries are sitting on a microscopic foundation of chemistry, physics, and math, whether that's the drug molecule, the fuel, the catalyst, the fertilizer, the lithium-ion battery chemistry. It's sort of nice to imagine these huge industries that sit on microscopic things. And what we're seeing, I think, in investment space, in the whole Silicon Valley kind of momentum, is a move towards capturing value at the frontier. Capturing value at the frontier of the hardest, most unexplored, most technically involved, and often pretty expensive problems that are remaining to be solved. And I think if you had said to those VCs 10 years ago on Sand Hill Road, the world's biggest company will be a scientific supercomputer company, that the companies you wish you invested in were TSMC, ASML, SpaceX, and NVIDIA, Waymo maybe. I think that would have been pretty surprising actually to many of those people back then. And it's a trend that is, I think consistent with what we're doing in quantum computing. With this machine, what we want to do is unlock a categorically new level of mastery over chemistry, physics, and math. We want to be able to see further into the future.
So it's not
of
to
how these
steal
things
our
behave.
bitcoins, right? It's not.
So that's illegal to steal the bitcoins, but you bring up a serious point, which is that one of the best advertised applications of a quantum computer is that it can break all public key encryption that we use on the internet today. So RSA and elliptic curve cryptography, you know, our banking, our bitcoins, they're secure because some of these computational problems are exponentially hard for all of the hardware that we have today. But a quantum computer completely inverts that and can break these codes very quickly. So that has obvious national security implications. It's a pretty serious prospect. And you may have just seen a lot of people suddenly in the last few weeks have updated their timelines for these kind of risks.
That was very interesting. When we were researching about that, there are some clear recommendations that we need to be quantum proof or quantum ready before the machines get ready. So that's a really important topic. But changing hands here, you guys, you and your co-founders, you were some of the best physicists in your field. You spent like 2 decades doing research, and then some point in time you said, oh, it's time to build that machine, and we need to move to Silicon Valley to do that. Why Silicon Valley? You were in some of the most prestigious physics labs in the planet. Why here was the place to build that, and how that process, when it was the moment that you say it's time to build?
Yeah, so it's very kind of you to say that we were the best. Certainly some of my colleagues, that's true. I think I was probably the best at being at the right place at the right time. I was really lucky to find myself in those labs. But why Silicon Valley? I mean, to be completely honest, money and people is the true answer. And you know, we knew from the outset that building a quantum computer that's going to have this kind of world-changing impact is a grand challenge. We had to do new semiconductors, new material science, cryogenics, liquid helium at deep space temperature, advanced mathematics for quantum error correcting codes. This is a Manhattan project, like very, very focused, long, difficult thing. And we knew that we would have to raise $1 billion plus for something that's unproven and on the very frontier of believability, to your point. And also that our whole thesis was to get that done quickly through leverage of semiconductor manufacturing. So I think often when you think of quantum computing, you might naturally think of a research lab, some physicists messing around. That's where we all started our careers. And basically we came to the conclusion that that had to stop and that we had to figure out a way to build the quantum computer more or less the same way we build a conventional supercomputer, and especially using the same fabs, the same semiconductor manufacturing processes, design practices, packaging, assembly, etc., and the same people. And so those 2 things really were the motivation for us to come here. And then, of course, the culture, right? Like the belief that you can do these grand things. And you know, you started out, Manuel. We don't let anybody invest in this company who doesn't start out skeptical of what we're doing. And you absolutely should be skeptical. But I think it's nice to reflect that when I first moved here 10 years ago, I was a huge enthusiast for self-driving cars, for autonomy. And they weren't really working back then. Certainly you couldn't order one. And I used to rave about self-driving. It's an amazing technology. We're going to save lives and revolutionize transport and so on. And much older people than me, much wiser people than me, they would put their hand on my shoulder and they'd say, Pete, you're very young. You're very optimistic. You think all this self-driving thing is going to work? Let me tell you how things work in real life, you know? They'll do some nice demos. You'll see it driving around, you'll believe. But the idea that you're actually going to be able to get on your phone and order a car and have it show up, this is fantasy, my friend. This is, you won't see this in your lifetime. And in the same way, like with quantum computing, much older people than me told me quantum error correction, it's a lovely academic idea. you'll never see this in your lifetime. Winning races with supercomputers, it's not going to happen. Physics will conspire, real life will conspire. It's just going to be harder than you think. And all of those things have now come to pass. And it's through the kind of deranged optimism that I think is still unique to this part of the world, that people just sort of bulldoze through these nightmare challenges and get the thing done in the end. Yeah.
So during the time that I was trying to understand a bit of what you guys are doing, the first thing that came to my mind was the scale.
Yeah.
And the team here for BSV this year is beyond human scale.
Yes.
And I got impressed with the scale or the different scales of things that you guys are working with.
Yeah.
So we started from a single photon that became a qubit, and you're building gigantic data centers. If you could help us to understand what's happening there and what this machine is going to look like in the end, it's not going to be our iPhone, at least for a long time.
Yes.
I believe that's going to help us to understand the size of the challenge here.
Yeah, so my very first job was stacking composts in the garden center, working with the plants and so on. And then the second job after that was in the lab in Bristol. And in Bristol, I had the first quantum processor of any kind that was available over the internet. So this was about 15 years ago, a little quantum chip on a bench about this big. That chip is now in a museum where it belongs. But even back then, that was a 2-qubit chip, and we knew that you would need about 1 million qubits to do something really impactful. If we want to design new drugs, design fuels, catalysts, fertilizers, we would need about 1 million qubits. And so that's pretty, even back then, we could understand that's a building scale machine. And so I think if we had been more thoughtful, more intelligent, more grounded, we would never have signed up to the magnitude of what we then set out to do, which is that we're going to redesign this computer all the way from the angstrom to the nanometer, to the micron, to the millimeter, and all the way out to kilometer scale buildings. And then we're going to go and get that funded and actually construct it. That's a kind of crazy thing to try to do. And it's been just the privilege of my life to see how the team over the last 10 years has executed on that.
I don't know if I told you that, but the first time I heard about PsiQuantum, I didn't know the name of the company, but Jeff Brody, that is on your board, it's my partner at Red Point, he mentioned, oh, we invested in these crazy guys trying to build a quantum photonics chip.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I heard about it. And so at that time, we were creating the actual chip.
Yeah.
Now we're trying to build the computer, right? It's
yeah. So we make little photonic components that are sort of microns in size. So human hair kind of scale. They carry light on the chip. That's how we actually encode the qubit. We make tens of thousands of those on a chip the size of a postage stamp. We put hundreds of those chips into 10-ton liquid helium-cooled fridges. So that's about 3 meters high, size of a car, something like that. We do all of the cryogenics design on that. We have a bunch of those located down in the South Bay here. And then, yeah, we just broke ground in Chicago on a 90,000 square foot, 22 megawatt machine. I was in Chicago September of last year, desperately trying to get negotiations finished for that project. I'd never got involved in anything like this before in my life. I used to things kind of that fit on a bench. And now the walls are up. They put 500 tons of steel up in 5 days a few months ago. Roof is on, and we'll start loading cryostats into that system later this year. So
that's an interesting point. You guys have a very interesting group of partners in the project.
Yes.
Not just amazing investors in the cap table like a Red Point, Playground, Temasek, Microsoft, NVIDIA. But then you have partnerships with the Department of Energy, the Air Force, the DARPA. Why they have this interest in such technology, and why that's important to have them close to the project?
Yeah, so we have, we a couple years ago announced $1 billion Australian of support for a machine that we're building in Brisbane, Australia. In Chicago, Governor Pritzker has put about $500 million into his budget for that site where we're the anchor tenant and where there are a bunch of other companies also coming to that location. We've been working with DARPA for 5 years. We've shipped a bunch of chips to the Air Force Research Lab. So we have a number of these relationships, and there's sort of two motivations. The first is that quantum computing is increasingly understood as one of these kind of sovereign strategic capabilities. And I think if you went to people, to politicians 10 years ago and asked them about semiconductors and fabs, from a lot of politicians, you'd get blank stares on fabs. Now, of course, pretty much everybody in Washington understands the strategic significance of a tier 1 semiconductor fab. They understand that it matters that TSMC is in Taiwan. And they're increasingly seeing AI supercomputing through the same lens. That's a very critical piece of infrastructure that is, condensed power into a small piece of land. And they're also seeing quantum computing now through the same lens. So once we realize this machine, once we're able to accelerate the discovery of new materials, chemistry, fuels, whatever, that's a really, really profound capability. And there are not going to be thousands of these things around the world. They're going to be concentrated. So nations care about where that thing is built. And then there are also the national security implications that we spoke about. Yeah.
That's an interesting point. We're not going to, at least for a long time, we're not going to see dozens of quantum computers available to buy at Amazon or something like that. So I'd like to have you tell us a little bit about what is your approach, why what PsiQuantum is different, because there are many different flavors of qubits. You have superconducting qubits, you have trapped ions, neutral atoms and things like that, but you choose a different path. You guys are using light and photons, and there are other bets that you made on that. So that's a question number one. And the other, what is the business case? What is the business model for such a project?
Yeah, so it's funny when you talk to journalists or investors or politicians about quantum computing, they'll often comment, they'll say, man, you guys hate each other. Because they have this experience of all these different founders coming, trying to get money. And every founder will say that their approach is the best, and that everybody else's approach is not just bad, but it's never going to work. Like what these other guys are doing, Google, IBM, it's never going to work. And I was thinking, because we don't have quite such an intense competitive landscape in other fields. The reason for that is that we literally use different physics. So like PsiQuantum uses photons. We use light to make the qubit. IBM and Google use superconducting qubits, where they have a microphoton moving around in a very, very cold piece of metal. IonQ, SPACed public company, they use atoms, single atoms, that are floating around in ultra-high vacuum, and then they shoot with lasers. And so the different approaches are so like physically differentiated. It's like violently differentiated on the technology, and nobody knows who's going to win. Of course, I believe in my own approach, but there is no decisive winner. So it's fun in that sense. The reason we like photons is firstly that we can leverage that high volume manufacturing. And you might have seen there's a lot of interest now about photonics for regular AI supercomputing. So for decades, we've used copper to connect chips together. We're running into power and latency challenges. And so increasingly people are moving to fiber optics and photonic interconnects. And we knew that we could leverage that existing high volume manufacturing capability. With photons also, we don't need the ultra cold temperatures that are used with some of these technologies, so 10 millikelvin, 100 times colder than deep space. We don't have to get involved in that, which is pleasant. And then also we can network the chips together with standard telco fiber. And that's a sort of modularity advantage that was always kind of attractive to us. And so, we've been developing that for 25 years. My co-founder, Jeremy, actually built the first 2-qubit gate with light, with photons, in Brisbane, Australia, 25 years ago. And we've had DARPA sort of scrutinizing that approach for the last 5 years now in collaboration with the company.
And the business behind that, you're gonna not sell the machine, it's 2 machines, maybe a few more.
Yeah, so we'll see who wins, of course. Like, I think we're gonna win, and Google is making amazing progress. Various of these startups and public companies are making great progress. I think you shouldn't expect everyone makes it. I think that's a fair assumption. But hopefully it's us. And once we have that machine, how do we make money? Well, we're not going to sell it to a pharma company or a car company. It's a big, ugly, expensive piece of hardware similar to an AI supercomputer. And so the most straightforward way to capitalize on that system is really to sell access to the machine. And the good news is that cloud access to a quantum computer is really not so technically challenging. The good quantum algorithms tend to have the property that they're small data, big compute. If you think about a chemistry problem, the input to that problem is a small amount of data. Just describe the molecule.
Yep.
The computation is astronomically hard to figure out where the electrons go. And then the output is also small, like the energy of that molecule or some bond length or something like that. And so that makes them very amenable to just remote access, web API.
Yep.
And we literally program the quantum computer with Python. So that's the most sort of modest thing to do. But also, from my own point of view, either I'm wrong, and this is fantasy, or this company is going to be unique or nearly unique or something in having a fountain of knowledge, having a machine that can finally answer these profound unanswered questions about chemistry, material science, etc. If you have that capability for real, selling it in its raw form is pretty short-sighted. Really what you want to do is hire drug discovery people, hire your own material scientists, your own chemists, and start to vertically integrate on top of that machine. And that's a grand vision, that's challenging, but longer term, I think that's how we become a really special company. Yeah.
We have to finish, so I have a final question. I would love to hear from you. You are building a machine that a lot of people imagined it was impossible.
Yeah.
We have many founders and investors here, founders with ideas that some people are telling them that's impossible.
Yes.
What's the advice you leave to them so that they can pursue their dreams?
Yeah, I think when we started the company, I guess I don't want to give the impression that when I was 29 years old or whatever and we started the company, that I was convinced that this is all going to work and that, I was sort of gung-ho, bullish on, I was very scared that many of these things that we were proposing to do were horrifying. We're going to go to a tier 1 semiconductor foundry, not a university clean room, but a multi-billion dollar, 700,000 square foot, big, scary adult fab. And we're going to ask them to let us put superconducting material into the fab. This was scary, right? Like, these guys are going to crush us and we're going to fail and blah, blah. So first of all, I want to be clear that this wasn't straightforward, and it was actually the leadership of my colleagues and my co-founders, and collectively, we got the confidence to go ahead and take these bets. And then, when we did that, that wasn't a random bet. That was the product of 15 years of working together in the university. It was the product of first principles analysis and heavy enthusiast for just doing the first principles analysis that tells you that something is or is not going to work. And then many of the big bets that we made, we are a Silicon Valley startup company. We have a short learning cycle, fail fast, blah, blah, all of that kind of culture that you would expect. But the really big bets that we made were actually very systematic. They were almost bureaucratic, not fully, but almost bureaucratic in the way they were handled. When we went to the fab, when we did our material science, when we did a lot of our device physics, these were 6-month process, 30-page report, 50 people involved, and stuff that we've been thinking about for many years before we went and made a $50 or $100 million bet. And I would say so far probably 3 out of the 4 of those have paid off, and the 4th one is looking okay. So yeah, I think, and so that was a priori, that was with no experience. How did we think about tackling these insane challenges? But then in retrospect, the really joyful thing is that we now have a team of 600 people who initially were horrified by the prospect of what we were trying to do. We put the numbers in front of them, and they would threaten to quit, and they would say we're idiots and blah, blah. Now that team has had the experience of saying, okay, fine, my boss is an idiot. He thinks that we're going to do 10x this year and 10x the year after that and so on. There's no chance, it's physically impossible, but I'll just try, we'll try. And now you have that team of people who've gone through that experience. And I think this must have happened at Intel and during Moore's Law, that those teams become sort of inoculated against difficulty. They become hardened to that in a sort of rich, experienced way. And that's been just beautiful to see, and continue to hope to compound on that.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you so much.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you for a wonderful session.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it.
A pioneer of precision health, his lab was the first to perform a full multi-omic analysis of a human being. He has published over 1,100 papers, is among the most cited scientists in the world, and has co-founded more than a dozen biotech companies with a combined enterprise value of $6 billion. Joining him is Ranjan Nag, inventor, entrepreneur, and adjunct professor in genetics at Stanford Medicine, an AI pioneer whose companies were acquired by Apple, BlackBerry, and Motorola. He now works at the intersection of AI and biology and has been recognized with the 2023 COG-X AI Lifetime Achievement Award and induction into the Silicon Valley Engineering Hall of Fame. The two are longtime collaborators at Stanford, co-teaching courses on AI, longevity, and venture capital. Please welcome our speakers to the stage.
Great. People are still coming in through coffee. Okay, thanks for that great introduction. Mike, let's talk about this. The topic is diagnostic engineering, AI, the new diagnostic engineering. Now, I know we're both, and I'm a participant, and you're trying to predict disease before you actually get disease, and you've got this trial that you managed to sucker me into for the last 10 years. What is this? How do we do it?
More like 13 years. Yeah. How do we do it? Well, what we do is deep data dives on people. So it started with sequencing their genome. How many of you have had your genome sequenced, by the way? A fair number, all right.
Okay, do you know how many people in Brazil have had their genome sequenced? Because I looked it up. Anyone know? Any guesses? Have a guess. If you know the answer, don't say it. A guess. Cold call you. How many in Brazil have their genome sequenced? 1,000.
Close.
Okay, the answer is 3,000.
Out of 200 million?
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably 30, 40 million in the world or so, I think. Yeah.
All right. So anyway, we sequence the genome, then we draw their blood, their urine, their poop, a few other sampling sites, and then we actually measure as many molecules as possible. In the end, we make, it depends how you want to count, anywhere between 135,000 to 2 billion measurements on a person, and we sample them over time, and then we brought in the wearables when they were first fitness trackers. And I think that, to me, the medical exam, I'm sure we'll talk about this in the future, will be a digital exam, where your face, your voice, your wearables will all tell you, your health state. And just curious, how many of you are wearing a smartwatch or a ring? Yeah, a great crowd. All right. Well, I normally have 4, 2 broke, so I'm down to 2, but my rings are, 2 rings, and even my hearing aids, I don't know, how many of you are wearing hearing aids?
Bit young, so younger crowd.
Yeah, those who haven't put their hands up small. Anyway, your hearing aids are actually pretty valuable sensors. You may know they detect when you fall on things. I wear mine for hearing, mind you, but they're also pretty powerful sensors. The companies claim they're actually better at the measurements than actually your wearables are, other wearables. And so I don't know if that's true. We're evaluating that now. But the point is, it's very easy to passively collect lots of data that's pretty darn important. Things like heart rate, resting heart rate variability, which is reasonably accurate. And then blood oxygen depends on the device. And galvanic stress response, which you never get in a doctor's office. But it's actually a valuable measurement for stress. And when you become diabetic like I am, your skin dries out and your watch can pick that up actually. So these devices are quite powerful. And so I think, and they use AI, of course, to try and bring this in. So yeah, how many are you wearing?
I'm only wearing the one today.
Oh, all right.
But what Mike didn't tell you, because he enlisted me in this program where they measure everything about you. It's going on 10, 13 years, so it's kind of measure aging and longevity, and they collect the blood and throat swabs and nose swabs and poo, and they don't tell you about the poo until after you've signed the consent form. And so at the end of it, we've got this sort of data set that you can measure things of. And one of the things in medicine that I find it's so complex, I think 10, 12 years from now, maybe a bit longer, we'll look back and say, wait, Mike, you were trying to study this by hand with just your own head. How can you do that? You need a machine to do it, to just look at every single possible correlation, confounding variable, to really decide, what's really happening. It's so difficult to find out what really works.
But that is what we do now with AI, right? You bring in all the data and then you process it and spit out recommendations. So I now have about 2 petabytes of data on me. It's all public. You can download and look at Mike Snyder's data and see what you think.
Some people don't want to they don't put their data up. But you've put your data online. Why have you done that? Aren't you afraid that someone's going to create a bioweapon just for Mike?
Well, it seems unlikely. I suppose it is plausible, but it's very remote possibility, I would argue. And as I see it, the benefits of sharing your data vastly outweigh any possible concerns. And also, people don't realize, right, you have a credit card, right? All of you have a credit card, a lot of personal data there. Probably more personal, more revealing than what you'll get out of a smartwatch. Yet, you share that with the credit card company because nobody wants to walk around with bags of cash. So it's a convenient way to, do things. And I would argue these are probably you could possibly abuse people. I've never heard of anyone being abused by their genome sequence or their wearable device.
Some criminals, I think.
It's possible they could.
They found some relations and and they tracked them down. I think.
Oh yeah, for that. Well, don't commit crimes then.
But it's a if you have all this data and have all this diagnosis, I think there's probably 1 billion people who have wearables of some kind and watches. The normal approach in research is you collect data. You get 100 people that you've done, or 1,000, even 5,000, even 1 million people, right? The All of Us program in the States are trying to get 1 million people. I think the NHS is trying to get 500,000 people, collect data on everything. But if you've got 1 billion people, you're going to get, and you get all that data, but it's not verified, right? It's not verified from your wearable versus in a university or a hospital context, it's all verified. Is that going to trump, 1 billion people's data, will that trump the average university data set collection?
My prediction is yes, because don't assume that the university data set's so perfect either. There's a lot of missing data in there. I don't know if Nigam talked about that at all in the last session, but so the answer is I think so. And think about disease is complex, and to actually your earlier point, we actually did for this group of people, 109 people, half learned something pretty important before symptoms arose from the steep data profiling. So we think, and some was through the wearables. And by the way, we didn't talk about CGMs. Those are really powerful. We can subdiagnose your subphenotype, your diabetes, or your glucose dysregulation just from the shape of a curve from a CGM. We should probably get into that. They're very, very powerful. And that determines what food you should eat and what drugs you should take, your diabetes subphenotype. I'm a diabetic, so I follow this pretty closely. I'm a weird one, beta cell defect. Anyway, I got some, bring in data. Yeah, we're all going to have AI agents to interpret this. And so if we have 1 billion people training data, I think we will diagnose disease at a level that's never been possible. Yeah, well, I mean, you've learned some things from the study, haven't you? That by participating in the study, when your liver enzyme went off.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. That's okay.
So much for privacy.
No, I put my data. I'll put my data. I'd rather have people curing me rather than having it secret. So if anyone wants my data, it actually is online, but de-identified. And over COVID time, what happened was, just coincidentally, I had a blood test before and after. And after, my liver enzymes went crazy bad. And they said, oh, well, you need to go to the doctor right now. And I went to the doctor and said, well, they said, how do you even know this? Well, I've got this blood test. And I said, oh, yeah, it's going wrong. And but sure enough, a month later, it had gone back to normal. So I think it was COVID. But one of the lessons in AI, though, is, and you'll see this all the time, reading the newspapers saying, oh, AI predicted this. And AI says this: AI can take a picture of you and tell us whether you're going to be a criminal 25 years from now. And one thing I would say is AI is still really correlations, but it needs to be multidimensional to get the causation. And even if you get the multidimensional, it could still be wrong. It's something that we want to not check our brain in at the door. If it feels odd, no, I'm going to take a picture of you, Mike, and it'll tell me whether you're going to be a criminal 15 years from now. It doesn't feel quite right. But believe it or not, there have been very reputable academic researchers who put papers out like that, and they're very careful in the papers. It just say correlation.
What would you do if your program spit out that you're going to be a criminal 15 years?
No, well, I'd sort of dig out all my lectures and say, give out this dialogue and give the critique. It happens all the time, actually. When I think when I was at MIT, I think the business school was only ranked at number 8 or something, and they had the statisticians come out say, this is why it's not working. No, really we're number 1, not number 8.
Yeah, p-hacking just change around the parameters till you move up to the top.
Yeah, exactly. So
I wouldn't recommend that for health data.
Well, for diagnostics, this is the thing. For health data, as you're going to get more approaches, I think Mike and I were talking about the different wearables, the Ring and the Whoop, and they give us different scores for sleep. Both of us are trying to get better sleep. And our favorite sleep medicine doctor said, well, if you get preoccupied on the scores itself, it changes your actual sleep behavior. So it actually makes you sleep worse.
Yeah, there's a study at Stanford done on this by Ali Crum that says, if you got a good night's sleep, people had less anxiety through the day, and regardless of what the score said. And if you had a bad night's sleep, they perform worse. So there is a psychological component to all this. But I don't know. I think you have to learn how to use these things in a positive fashion. Much like the analogy I like to use is your car. You have sensors all over your car. Race cars have like over 400 now. And you still distill all that information into a dashboard that you use to better guide the health of your car when you're running out of gas, speeding, something's off with your engine. And I think that's the job of these things. They tell you when something's off, and then you get it checked deeper. And some of these things, to the point you raised earlier, we can now with the smartwatch tell you when you're getting COVID 3 days before, with a real alerting system, 3 days before symptoms appear on average, although it fails for 20% of the people, so we're still trying to improve that. But the point is they're very, very sensitive measures that are powerful for detecting disease. We even picked up my Lyme disease pre-symptomatically because my heart rate jumped up, my blood oxygen dropped. So you can catch this stuff, and other people have done AFib, and there's a high false positive rate with all these things. So you have to kind of be on the alert. But that's how you treat it. So, all right, well, something's off, and then you look at it further. And these days, it's pretty easy to do a COVID or a flu test right away to see if it's either of those. Soon you'd be able to do all these things, rhinoviruses, respiratory syncytial, other things. So I think you use these to tell you when something's off and then dive in deeper. And we don't, if you think about half the people in the US die of cardiovascular disease issues, we don't really measure that stuff till an event happens, till something pretty serious happens. The other half die of cancer. And everybody will get cancer if you live long enough in this time. And so we need efficient ways of detecting these things in ways that are, not costly, and we can afford a little bit of inaccuracy, as long as you have a follow-up to get a more definitive diagnostic out of it. So I think that's where we're going, and AI is going to pull all this stuff together. I'm optimistic. You've heard this said, everyone would rather have a doctor who uses AI than one that doesn't. And these days, the other thing is we need pre-exams. If you think about it, right, doctors have 15 minutes to spend with you. I think they should be collecting all this information long before you walk into your visit, because a resting heart rate pulled first thing in the morning off your watch, way more accurate than what you measure in a doctor's office. That can be all over the map depending on your anxiety, even seeing a doctor. So we need to bring in all this information and then have it all laid out so a doctor could make use of those 15 minutes rather than say, I don't want to hear about your wearable data, which many of them do not.
But sometimes they ask you, can you tell me what's the heart? Because I can't be bothered to get the nurse to.
Well, I have other issues with the medical system.
No, I think we both do, right? We're PhDs, not MDs, right?
Yeah, we are.
So just to clarify.
How many of you have been to the emergency room? You walk and they take your blood pressure and other vitals, and then they take you to another room and they measure your blood pressure and your vitals, and then they take you to a third room and they measure your blood pressure and your vitals. Like nobody bothered uploading it to the cloud. It should all be there, measured once, maybe twice, just for reproducibility. This is nuts. So anyway, but tell me, you're a venture capitalist. How do you want to invest in this sort of thing?
Right. So, yeah, my second persona, other than teaching with Mike and working on things, is investing in companies. My understanding is about 2/3 of you are entrepreneurs.
Yeah, how many of you are an entrepreneur or want to be one? Yeah.
Right. How many of you investors? How many venture capitalists? Oh, much smaller. So those two groups match with each other. But I invest in deep science, deep tech, AI and longevity science companies. And these days, really trying to look at really big ideas because I'm getting older now, so I haven't got time to work on mobile phones anymore. And really trying to encourage younger people, it's okay to do a small idea, but what's the big idea it's going to lead to? So one of the projects I'm working on is a vaccine. A vaccine for what, you may ask? A vaccine for aging. Well, wait, how does that even work? What does that even mean? And so, well, you don't have to do it all at once. Maybe you just do cancer by itself. Oh, we couldn't do aging, but we solved cancer. Just a smaller problem. And so when
But keeping the big picture in mind, which I think came up in one of the earlier panels.
And if we have that in mind, and then you build a roadmap to go through tough tech, hard tech, which means usually there's less competition. But it also means that it's hard to describe. You have to
and the chances of failure are higher, but the payoffs are bigger.
Well, chances of failure, as a venture capitalist, well, in drug discovery, you have a 95% chance of failing if you're preclinical. Okay. Now, as a venture capitalist, I can deal with that because I have 20 of them, right? Yep. As an entrepreneur, you can't deal with that. So you've got to, I'm always asking you, why do you think it's not 1 in 20? So you've got to think. Sometimes it's intuition. Sometimes you spent 20 years on working on it to get there. But maybe I should ask you, Mike, because you're an inventor too. This is a Brazil conference. We've heard a lot about Silicon Valley. Do people have to be in Silicon Valley? I have my opinion, but do they have to be here?
I think the culture helps. Although I do think, in terms of people thinking big, to your point. I was at Yale a long time before I moved here. I moved here about, it'll be 17 years this summer, and started some companies there. And I think they weren't thinking as big.
That's even in the US.
And so it's a little bit more conservative in the Northeast than say out here. And so I like that culture. So I think it does, it's very easy to get, feel that in your bones when you move here, that everybody wants to do something that's really transformative. And, the first idea, I don't know, for those of you who are thinking about this stuff, it's usually a pretty poor idea. Certainly the ideas that come out of our lab, they're really not that good. But then you just keep refining it, bouncing back and forth and come up with things. And it's not usually science, it's to figure out the business model and trying to figure out how to build something that is really transformative, that will scale, that will meet the criteria you say. And I think being in this culture, it helps refine the idea, helps you think big enough so
you think it's cultural rather than science? The laws of physics are just the same in Sao Paulo as they are in Palo Alto. There's no difference.
And
the people are just as clever. That's not an issue.
But I think the execution might be different because they say that, and I've seen some articles on this from India where successful Silicon Valley entrepreneurs don't do that well in India, whereas those who start in India do well. And I don't know if that's true for Bill. So you have to know how to tailor it to your environment.
I think what I've seen in different countries, Israeli companies in particular, they almost have a recipe what happens is the development stays in Israel, and that one of the two founders will move to Silicon Valley and really get involved in talking to VCs. So they look like an American company. So you still have the regional activity where the costs are lower, they've already got the culture, get the best of both worlds. And I think that recipe could still work because it's really expensive in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
You can get a specialist.
That's true. The execution be a lot cheaper in other environments. Yeah.
Yeah, and the dollar only goes so far, right? So
we only have 20 seconds
20
left.
seconds.
Well, why don't you leave the last word? What do you want to tell all these new entrepreneurs?
Oh, right. Just do it and think big.
All right.
What your last word? We've got 5 seconds.
Have fun.
Have fun. Even yes.
Let's give a round of applause for our amazing speakers. Thank you for coming.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giovanna Ravelo. I'm a third-year undergraduate student at Stanford University studying economics and data science. And I'm one of the content leaders for this year's conference, which in practice means I've spent the past few months thinking about one thing. How do we bring speakers to this stage to enable conversations that actually matter? How do we make sure that what happens here doesn't just sound good, but actually transforms how we think, how we build, how we lead, and how we exist in a world where systems operate beyond individual human capacity, beyond human scale. Beyond human scale, our conference's theme may seem daunting at first. In a world where systems can operate at a greater scale than any individual ever could, how do we exist and how do we still matter? What remains uniquely human? In a world where knowledge acquisition is so easy and abundant, then something else becomes scarce: judgment, trust, and human connection. And perhaps going beyond human scale is not about outgrowing what is human, but recognizing that it is the only thing that remains irreplaceable. And that's exactly what makes the conversation you're about to watch so special. Because Bill McDermott has spent decades leading organizations at a massive scale, but always with a relentless focus on people, on culture, and relationships as the core drivers of transformation. Bill is currently the chairman and CEO of ServiceNow, the company with the fastest organic growth in the history of enterprise software. And guiding this conversation is Avanish Sahai, who brings over 3 decades of experience across companies like Oracle, Salesforce, ServiceNow, and Google Cloud, witnessing and shaping the evolution from the internet to SaaS and now AI. So what we have on this stage right now is extremely powerful. Someone actively redefining enterprise, and someone who understands the system that makes that possible. Bill, Avanish, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
Well,
how are you?
Good.
Fantastic. Well, we saved the best for last for the day.
Awesome.
So this is an honor and absolutely delighted to welcome Bill McDermott, Chairman, CEO of ServiceNow, to Brazil, Silicon Valley 2026. Quick story, the day Bill started at ServiceNow was the day I had left ServiceNow to be in this room to start at Google. So we never got a chance to work together, but it's an honor to have Bill here and to talk a bit about his journey and kind of all the things that he's done.
Thank you.
So Bill, you're a bit of a legend in the world of software. But before we get talking about that, talk about your personal, you had a very compelling story in your book about your initial journey. Talk a bit about that and kind of how that built your grit, your resilience, or character.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here tonight. And Avanish, I'm very glad that you didn't say, the day Bill joined, I made sure I left town. That would have made me really feel bad, but it was pure coincidence, thank goodness. And I realized that I'm the only thing standing between you and a cocktail, so we'll try to keep it real for you tonight. You know, like many of you, I started out in an entrepreneurial capacity, working hard as a teenage entrepreneur when I started my first business in Long Island, New York. And have anybody been to Long Island, New York? Okay, so you got a feel for it. It's gritty, it's real, and I learned very early on that the customer and the customer alone determines whether you win or lose. And so in my case, I had a very unique customer base. I had blue-collar workers like my dad that were flush rich on Friday night when they got paid, and they were dead broke by Sunday morning. So I had to give them credit. So they kept coming back. The second thing I learned about this little customer base of mine is I was close to a senior citizen condominium complex. And if we learned anything about senior citizens, they don't want to leave the house. So we delivered. We were the first and only one that actually made deliveries back then. I was way ahead of DoorDash, believe me. And then there was the high school kids, because there was a 7-Eleven right next door to the big base of high school kids that obviously could eat some food and do other things. And I really had to get them to walk a block and a half past 7-Eleven to my store. So I go out there one day at 7-Eleven, and they're lined up 40 at a time outside the store. There's only 4 inside the store. And I'm like, there's a big store in there. Why are you all waiting out here online? And they said, well, you know, they think we're going to take things, meaning 7-Eleven. I said, don't worry about that. Follow me down to my store. And at that time, I realized video games were hot. Did anyone ever play Asteroids or Pac-Man? And for those of you that are too young to know, look it up on Wiki. It's actually real. They existed. And in that era, it was a big deal. Yeah. So I built a video game room with Asteroids and Pac-Man and some crazy dinosaur game. And the kids walked a block and a half past 7-Eleven to go to my store. And this was really what it's all about. At the end of a long day, one of the young people said to me, Bill, when we want to have good food, be treated with respect, and play video games, we come to your store. And when we want to steal stuff, we go to 7-Eleven. So it's called trust. It's called trust. It's also called just keeping, you know, the integrity of the human relationship. Yeah. And the belief and empathy in people real. In one sense, because you need them to keep coming back. We all understand the net present value of loyal customers. But in another sense, just be a person. Just be real. Just be honest and do the right thing. And sometimes it works out for you. So that business became highly successful, put me through school, and ultimately... Bill, how old were you when you did that? We started at 16 and wrapped it up when I graduated from college, and did some things with the proceeds of the business, and, you know, saw my mom and dad have a beach house, and a lot of fun things came from that experience. But I never forgot, and you shouldn't either, that in the end, the customer and the customer alone determines whether you win or you lose. And if you can keep your mind right on that single-minded objective, everything is possible. I love that story. And again, these are entrepreneurs, they're investors, they're business people. Yep. Many of them starting their journeys. But those fundamentals doesn't matter whether you're in AI or in a retail business in Long Island. Totally. Right? Which is amazing. So from there, you came to the tech world. Yeah. Talk a bit about that, because I think that, again, very formative, and then we'll talk more about ServiceNow and so on. But just the quick journey through Silicon Valley. Well, I think the first story I would tell you is I get done with the delicatessen, and you know, literally, it crossed my mind that I had the intuition at that time that I could have built a chain of these stores, because I learned all the painful lessons about what to do and what not to do. There were plenty of things I wouldn't do it again, but I really wanted to go into New York City and work for a corporation because I realized that I loved business and I wanted to go to Manhattan. I figured Frank Sinatra had it right. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. So I went to New York City, and I'll never forget my dad taking me to the Long Island Railroad to take a train ride into Manhattan. And I'm getting out of the car, and I told my dad, I guarantee you I'm coming home today with my employee badge in my pocket. And my dad said, Bill, you're a good guy. Don't put all that pressure on yourself. Just do the best you can. I said, no, I guarantee it. So I take the train ride into New York. And this is interesting. I read the annual report, and there was a CEO named David Kearns that was reinventing Xerox into the company it deserved to be after it had an onslaught of Asian competition that was actually selling a product which was a high-quality product for a lesser price than it was costing Xerox to build an inferior product. Think about that business model. So the reinvention of total quality management was the obsession of this CEO. By the time I got to New York, I was like, I just want to be the next David Kearns. But I'm 21, just turned 21 years old, and I need a job, and nobody gets to start as the CEO. So I was going to knock on cold doors for a living if I was fortunate enough to go get that position. So without taking you through too many details, that day I probably had 10 interviews. In the last interview, I get to 9 West 57th, overlooking Central Park. And the big boss is a guy named Emerson Fullwood, dressed to the nines, real gentleman. But I only got to meet him because I had very good interviews up to that point. I'm in the waiting room in this office on Central Park. The administrative assistant, her name was Joanne Siciliano. I walk up to her, and Avanisha, I say to her, I have all day. I'm not in a rush, but I want you to please let Mr. Fullwood know that I am here. 30 seconds later, I get the invite to the office. The other guy that wanted the job was sitting next to me. He didn't get invited because he didn't ask. He didn't tell him he was there. As I'm walking in, I look at this man. Over his shoulder, I see Central Park. I'm on the 38th floor in the most beautiful building in Manhattan, and I realized at that moment, I am not going into a job interview. I'm in a fight for my life. Because if I get this job, I change my destiny. I'm in control of my life and my future. I would get my break. And everybody needs a break, but you gotta want it more. So we sit down, we have a great meeting, and at the end of it, he says, Bill, you're a very interesting young man. I have really enjoyed this conversation. And the HR department will be in touch with you within the next 2 weeks. I said, Mr. Fullwood, I don't think you completely understand the situation, sir. And he kind of tilts his head, and he looks at me as if to say, what's this kid up to? And I said, I haven't broken a promise to my father in 21 years, and I guaranteed him I'd have my employee badge in my pocket tonight when I went back to Amityville, Long Island. I said nothing. Now he looks at me like, did he just land from another planet or something? And he goes, Bill McDermott, as long as you haven't committed any crimes, you're hired. And I said, well, Mr. Fullwood, I certainly haven't committed any crimes. You promise me I'm hired? He said, yes, I do. I literally got up, walked over to where you are, Avanish. I picked him up. I bear hugged him, moved him around a little bit, and then I placed him safely back in his chair. I run past Joanne Siciliano, get to the elevator, go down 38 floors, make it to 6th Avenue and 57th Street where there was a bun and a burger, and you had to put quarters in those phones. Then I call up my mom and dad, and I said, Mom and Dad, I got good news for you. I got the job. Break out the Corbel. Now, for those of you that don't know, Corbel is the cheapest, worst champagne money can buy. But in Long Island, New York, that was Cristal, okay? And so I knocked on those cold doors. I had many different assignments. I was a manager at 24, and I got my first big break when I went into senior management. I was planning on running all of New York. I was Mr. New York back then. I had a wife and a newborn baby boy. And the big boss calls me up and said, we need you to go to Puerto Rico to run Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands because they're last every year and we got to straighten them out. So I think they were number 65 out of 65. That's not great. But what was even worse is they were consistently last. And I said to my wife, you know, we're heading to Puerto Rico. And she didn't know much about Puerto Rico. She said, we're newborn baby, this and that. I said, well, let me check it out. And if it's cool, we'll do it. Both feet in, we'll be fine. She goes, I trust you. I get there, I meet the team, and they take me out for an Argentinian steakhouse dinner. We hit it off right away. And I said, well, look, I really like you guys. I trust you guys. We're taking pictures. It was like, you know, Bill Clinton and Boris Yeltsin were in the area because that's who was running things back then. And they said, Bill, we just got to have you here. I said, well, I'm going to come back soon. I really want to be with you guys. And they said, you don't have to leave, senor. We have the real estate agent right outside. They're going to take you to the 2 condos that the gringos like to live in. And if you like them, you sign today. So I literally call up my boss and I said, I just picked out a condo. So if you're covering the condo and I can get a new Ford Taurus to drive around, I'm going to sign the papers tonight, but you got to put my furniture in a container and ship it from Manhattan. He goes, no problem, man, it's done. I said, okay, we got a deal. So I want you to hear this story. They were dead last. I met everybody in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands in person. And I sat down with them. And we had a conversation just like we're having a conversation. And I told them that you have taken being last to an art form. You're fantastic at it. You're perfectly consistent. And one thing I've learned in my life is that it's never about the people. The people are always good. Tell me what management has screwed up, because I know it ain't you. And they said, wow. And they said, we don't have a vision. We don't know what we're supposed to do. And what do you think the third thing was? We want our Christmas party back. So I basically said, of those 3 things, what's the most important thing? What do you think it was?
Christmas party.
Christmas party. So I do a little research. Gilbertito Santa Rosa was the #1 salsa singer in Puerto Rico. And I basically book him, and I go in front of everybody speaking Spanish for gringos. I had my Berlitz tapes and my books, and I would always switch to English when I didn't know enough, and they would laugh. They knew I was doing it, but we had fun. And I got to the point in the meeting where I told them, I've got some really great news for you. I learned the 3 things we have to do. Here's the vision, okay? Here's what I need you to do, and I'm going to do it too. We're going to build trust. It's built in drops, it's lost in buckets. And every day, we're going to put another drop in and never take anything out of the bucket. And best of all, you're going to have your great Gilbertito Santa Rosa play at the El San Juan Hotel. The men will wear tuxes, the women will wear gowns, and we will dance the night away together. They go crazy. Senor, you're the best, everything. Rocky push-ups, everybody's happy. And I said, but wait a minute. There's only one catch. There's nothing noble about dancing to Gilbertito or anyone else when you're last. We're going to dance, but we're going to be the best in the world. We're going to be the #1 in the world. Oh, complete silence. And I said to myself, they want to put me in that container with my furniture and send it back to Manhattan. But I said, look, you trust me, I trust you. Every day, we're going to grind this thing out. We're going to focus on the customer. We're going to do some really cool things, and I'm going to work harder than you. And we're going to build something great together. Just trust me. One day at a time. First quarter, we're improving. Second quarter, we're climbing. Third quarter, we're really rising. By December of that year, we passed the perennial top performing business every year, and we passed them by a lot, and we were number one. Woo! And it was an amazing accomplishment. And still today, I went back more than 2 decades later, and I told people that I was in town. I get to this restaurant, it's dark, there's nobody there. I said, I guess they forgot me. And I just say to the waiter, okay, well, give me whatever you got and I'll get out of my way. And then all of a sudden, he turns on the lights to the whole place. Everybody that was there with me then was there that night. And they came back in droves. We took pictures, we laughed, we cried, we talked about what we did together and how special it was. And that's when you realize that what we're doing is so much more than what it seems like on a day-to-day basis. It's what we can accomplish. It's the dreams, it's the memories. It's the outstanding behavior that you can create when people go beyond expectations, beyond something they thought they could ever do, and then they do it, and you help them. And that's what leadership's all about. Leaders provide air cover for the troops, and they help them win, and they help them go beyond expectations. So I set that story as the anchor for other things that I've done. I saw a great friend of mine and a colleague that I started with Siebel Systems with, going back from Xerox to Siebel. It was 20-something years ago. I then went on to SAP, to a 17-year career where it was the first American to become the CEO of a German company, the #1 business software company in the world. Yep. We did more than quintuple the share price of the company, the revenue of the company. And I came to ServiceNow after nearly 10 years as CEO. I was about to sign a renewal for another 5 years. I love my job, and I had a great time with SAP. But when I was the CEO at SAP, hired ServiceNow because I had to go on a little bit of a buying spree. We had the ERP system, but in 2010, when I became CEO, guess how much revenue we had in the cloud? 0. And as you know very well, the cloud was very well alive before 2010, and it was thriving post the financial crisis because every CEO said, I don't want to do CapEx, I'll do OpEx, I'll rent the software, and they made departmental SaaS decisions. That's how the SaaS industry really took off. And so I bought the #1 SaaS companies as a constellation prize to the ERP, and I was putting together the intelligent enterprise from R3 to S4 and HANA with an in-memory database and a cloud constellation to make that company what it was. So that's the background. Yep. And I do need to tell you something, Avanish. When I went to ServiceNow, it wasn't without understanding what it was. I didn't know what it was when I was at SAP, yeah. But we couldn't see the employee, we couldn't see the customer, and I didn't have one platform that I could run the company on until we hired ServiceNow to simplify the organization. And I said to myself, if you can do that for a 100,000 person, 30 billion software company, what could you do for the rest of the customers out there? And I actually thought to myself, I don't even think ServiceNow realizes the power of that platform. Yeah. And so here I am in the AI era with you and a great audience, and let's let it rip.
Let's talk about that. I mean, what a great context, right? Again, from the deli to Xerox, which, by the way, for those who don't know, is probably one of the best places in the history of companies to learn the art of sales.
Totally.
Right? It still is. I mean, different company now, but memories of that are still fantastic.
Best.
So you arrived in ServiceNow in 2019. You've taken it on a journey of its own, right? I mean, I was there for a pretty substantial period of growth. Single product to multi-product, expose the platform.
Yeah.
But you arrived, then COVID hit, and then this thing called AI starts to become, I mean, there was some AI already happening inside ServiceNow, but you've taken it to really to a very different level.
Right.
I think you called it, you're calling now ServiceNow the defining company, software company of this generation.
Yes.
And you recently in the Wall Street Journal, you said, we're not anymore in the SaaS neighborhood, which I think is a fantastic quote. Tell us about this phase of the journey. You've done some amazing M&A, bigger than ServiceNow has ever done.
Right.
And now you're kind of setting it up for this next stage.
Totally.
So what's that about?
Yeah, I think it's super important to share with you, entrepreneurs, business people, smart investors. You've heard the saying, what got you from there to here won't get you from here to there. So I just want to give you a little feel for what that means in my world at ServiceNow. When I first came in, Avanish, it was a $3 billion company when you left. It's a $15 billion company now.
6 years.
Yeah. And it's a company with nearly 30 billion in RPO. And that's a big swing. And so what happened? Well, the first thing that happened is we had a bold commitment to the customer. And the customer needed a platform that could unify the way they ran their business. So if you think about a single platform on a UI level that could eliminate people having to swivel a chair in and out of 17 applications on average per day, that tears apart at least 1/3 of their productivity. So that was an important thing, and all channels. Second thing that was super important is data, because data is sprawled all over these companies, and there's many good sources of data. It could be a lake, it could be a system of record, and there's no quarrel with that data. The question is, how do you aggregate that data so you can put it to good use? And in the flow of work, I can either move that data into the ServiceNow platform now, and with an in-memory platform that we have based on open source technology that's been refined at an exemplar level, I can either move it into the platform or make a zero copy of the data wherever it is. And that data could be in a hyperscaler, it could be coming from a language model or a system of record. We can handle any node in the enterprise. Fundamentally, we also wanted to make sure that we can deal with all the governance, risk, compliance, and security issues that all of you great companies have to deal with. Itaú Unibanco is here, Banco Bradesco is here. I think many serious companies are in the audience today that can relate to what I'm saying, but also security in particular. If you think about the world's economies, the US is the world's largest economy, China is second, and cybersecurity is number 3. The cybersecurity issue is a $1 trillion a month problem. It's a $1 trillion a month economy. So what we did is created the control tower, which is the AI control tower. This is an autonomous platform that manages the identities of humans and agents and robots on one common infrastructure. Connects hyperscalers, language models, all data sources, and manages all the information technology which happens in the flow of work from the IT department to the HR department to the sales department to the creators that write software, and also the OT now. Thank you for the credit on the M&A. We did make a few moves. One was MoveWorks, which I think is the agentic front door of this generation, which is stunning, to create a whole new experience layer. The other was Veza, which manages the identity of human and non-human. And then Armis, which will be coming in the house this month, which is the operating technology. So think about critical infrastructure, networks, devices, shadow IT, manufacturing. It could be devices that aren't even on the AI grid that the system can recognize. It doesn't need AI. It can also do it without AI. And shadow IT. All of that now can be harmonized on one platform. So the reason I say that ServiceNow will be the AI defining enterprise software company of the 21st century, or the AI Desco 21C, is because no other company in the world can do that. And the hardest part of my job is getting in front of great executives like yourselves to make you aware of this, because I have an awareness issue, because when it is considered, we win every time. So awareness, consideration, and hit rate is what it's all about. And you know that in your businesses, and I know that in my business. And what I told the Wall Street Journal, a lot of people talk these days about a SaaS apocalypse, whatever that is. I think it's nothing more than the language models have gotten a lot of attention and huge valuations that everybody has to grow into. The capital markets have to grow into it because they invested heavily into it. The language models have to grow into it because they're great companies and they do something very important, but they're expected to be in the trillions. So that's a lot to grow into. So everybody is moving in that direction. So therefore there was this re-rating of the multiple in SaaS. Nothing actually changed. I have the highest multiple in SaaS. So what I tell the journal and anyone else that cares to listen is thank you for the highest multiple, but I want my old one back. Because I don't want to have the nicest house in a SaaS neighborhood, because I don't live in a SaaS neighborhood no more. We got a platform that does something that none of them can do, and I want that differentiation, credit, and the value of the company, and that will come back. And you just have to do that based on performance and dynamite execution. And this is a story we've all lived through. And this in time too, my friends, will come back and will change. I guarantee it.
We've seen those cycles. And by the way, Bill won't say this. He invested $3 million of his own money into ServiceNow stock recently, which is, again, sign of confidence.
100%.
That is huge, right? So.
That, and also the comp plan just doubled down on the value of the comp plan being inextricably tied to shareholder value creation.
Yep.
Because I think, A, that's the way it's supposed to be. And B, I also think that's the greatest measurement of success of a CEO that can lead a company through all the times, not just the good times, all times. So you're all time great. They don't give green jackets just to the people that stick around when things are easy. It's doing the hard things that makes you the leader that you are. You know that, you've had to do that, but this is a moment in time where we all have to have that resolve. Have that resolve. Show your leadership. Now is the time when people need you more than they need you when the tide is going up. And the leaders that are strong, when the tide goes out, they'll be well dressed. And the other ones won't have clothes on at all.
It's a bad visual, Bill, but thank you. So this is an audience of executives, entrepreneurs, et cetera, from Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a bit about what does Latin America mean and Brazil mean to ServiceNow as an industry as a whole as you go forward?
It means everything. I mean, there is no such thing as a successful Latin American business without Brazil. Brazil is the bellwether, the absolute have-to-have market. Just like in North America, you're going nowhere if you don't have the US. And if you go into Europe, you know, you have to captivate Germany and maybe one or two other markets, or you're really not that relevant. And I can also say that for Asia and Japan and what you have to do in Australia. And obviously, if you're playing in China, a lot of people, including us, aren't playing there right now, but that's a different story. It's a bellwether. It's also very advanced on many dimensions of AI. Today, you know, most companies are using AI. Most professionals are experimenting with AI. They use it for their personal applications, but what I find interesting and why I think I met you on the right night here in Silicon Valley with Avanish is because 11%, only 11% of Brazilian companies today are saying they're anywhere even close to being past the experimentation phase of AI. And they're actually not getting results out of their AI investments. So something is wrong. What is wrong? What is wrong is that AI is fantastic. Language models are fantastic. The power of thought is unstoppable. But AI thinks. Workflow acts. So for example, if you're in a company today and you're running a business and you have a compensation issue on aisle 5. Oh, aisle 5 has a compensation issue. How are we going to fix it? AI will tell you. AI will tell you, here are the 3 or 4 things that you need to take under advisement immediately to explore how to resolve the compensation issue on aisle 5. It thinks, but it doesn't resolve the compensation issue on aisle 5. Because you have to have the context around the data that has been curated in your companies for many years to actually apply the AI to that data so you not only know what's happening on aisle 5, but you can actually close loop resolve the problem. And what you have to remember about context is the compensation issue might touch HR. It might touch the department that the person works in. It'll touch legal, governance, compliance, and risk, and finance. And so now it's gone through workflows and the orientation of the data in a loop that is very complicated. So AI shouldn't be expected to do that without the context. So I think in many ways, it is not interesting to people to explain to customers where one thing begins and ends and another thing finishes the job. Yep. And that's where we're at, folks. And as this story becomes a little bit more clear, I think everything will resolve itself with the platform story I told you earlier.
Love it. Bill, one of the other themes, so today we've talked about AI, we've talked about leadership, we've talked about quantum, there's a whole series of conversations today. But at the end of the day, there's a common theme around this is all about people.
Yep, totally.
And here the theme of the conference is beyond human scale. But one of the things you also mentioned recently, and I'm doing a bunch of work on this at Stanford, what's the impact on people?
Yeah.
How are the folks going to deal with this? Whose jobs are going to change, whose jobs may get eliminated? You've talked about this. You've talked about this in early career folks, young folks. Talk a bit about your vision of that, and ServiceNow University is an example of that. But what do these executives need to take back to their respective roles on the impact on society?
Yeah, I think it's time to be honest with people. And I tell you, like I mentioned in that one interview that you referred to on CNBC, that you could see post-college graduates literally hit in the mid-30s in terms of not easily finding a job. And the reason I came up with that thesis is based on real research. I'm not making these numbers up. And if you think about it, a lot of people in a lot of different industries, they start at the bottom of the ladder. And at the bottom of the ladder, you don't necessarily have differentiated skills. And the point that I was making, for non-differentiated skills, you're going to have agents enter the workforce in the millions and even the billions between now and 2030. So you're going to have 2.5 billion agents enter the enterprise in the next few years. These agents on a platform like ServiceNow's, and other platforms will play a role in this too. I don't pretend that we're the only one. I just pretend that it's foolish to think that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. The agents are coming. And so we have to prepare people to differentiate their skill sets. and prepare, train, learn, grow, develop. Yesterday, there was an article in the journal that over 55 in the workforce is at the lowest point that it's been since the 1970s. Because a lot of people 55 and above are like, hey, the AI thing seems hard. I don't want to retool and reskill. I got enough savings that I'll just pack it in. I don't think they should do that. I think it's time for leadership to step up and learn and grow and develop. We've done this before, but it is going to require you to have differentiated skills. So we committed in Rise Up with ServiceNow to training 3 million people. No, they don't have to work for ServiceNow. It's a public service contribution to the AI revolution. The other thing I think is there will be more lean companies. And it's happening now. It's happened already in tech. And tech will lead the way. But in financial services, in healthcare, retail, telco, these are all examples of industries where I already see the agentification of the enterprise taking fast shape, because there's no choice. Everybody wants the biggest GDP item to come at a lower cost. There's your healthcare, reinvention of healthcare. In retail, it's a thin margin business, and the lower the cost of delivering the product to the consumer, the higher the margin. They're all over this. And in telco, if you think about ARPU, and average rate per user, and the pricing mechanisms and the complexity of all those devices and the plans, AI is the only tool that can actually handle all of that complexity at mass scale and still provide a really good service. And in tech, it's a matter of survival. Tech companies won't survive unless they can bring great innovation to the customer, improve or accelerate their revenues, expand their margins, and do so in a lean, coordinated, effective machine. And the reality is today, the customer doesn't really know much about AI. They just know that they have to do it. So you're going to need forward deployed engineers. You're going to need extraordinarily smart architects to help them do it. You're going to have new business models. A lot of people are worried about seat-based compression. In our case, our seats are actually growing 25% year over year, but I could care less because half of our revenue is already coming from the consumption of that software. And it will even be more so. You'll even have different formations around how can I assure you that the value extraction from the solution will be yours by investing in me. So all these formations are going to happen, and they're causing every CEO to rethink business model innovation like you. And so it's going to put pressure on jobs, it's going to put pressure on skills, and it's going to be a strong survive situation. I don't want to get into the public service announcement of how government and business cooperates in this. There'll be many tools that can come up with that. Yep. I don't think it's as dire as some people think, but I do think it's going to be highly disruptive, and I do think the people in your companies, just like the people in my company, deserve the straight talk so they can be part of the transformation, be successful in the transformation, and prosper from the transformation. And don't forget, you run companies. You know, part of the responsibility that you have is for the employees and the stakeholders to be successful, to grow, and for your entity to prosper and be successful so you can share the wealth and prosperity of a winning company. And to deny these things or delay these things is only pushing the inevitable to the side and pretending that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. And so I think that's one of the things that people really have to get a hold on. But when you do it, and I know you're doing it already, you know, do it with a big heart, with lots of empathy, and don't do it from a position of weakness. Make the changes while you're strong and help people while you're strong. Otherwise, you're in a panic situation, you're behind, and they'll see it right through you that you weren't prepared for the moment. You are prepared for the moment. So let the moment be your guide. Lead.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you. You got this.
Do you have time for one or two questions from the audience?
Sure.
Giovanna, go for it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Bill and Avanish, for this amazing conversation.
Thank you.
We had loads of questions from the audience, but due to time constraints, unfortunately, we'll just take one, the most popular one.
Sure.
It has become clear for everyone in this audience, I'm sure, that you have an immense charisma. But apart from that, you also have a very distinctive leadership style. How much of this is innate, and how much of this is intentionally cultivated?
Ooh, well, forget the cocktails.
I think it's, you know, it's really probably for you to be more the judge of that than me. But what I can tell you is, you know, I was, you know, as shy as any other kid could have possibly been in grade school. And I really mean that. And I think that in high school, you know, I started to really develop and become a highly social person. And I think that comes when you're ready to be who you were born to be. And, you know, dealing with 500 customers a day in the delicatessen, bussing tables, pumping gas, stocking shelves, doing lots of different jobs. I think working with people, somehow it brings out the best in you. And I think that that was partially curated from experience, but also really was always the inner force in me, the winner within me. And it just took getting out into the world and experiencing the world to find it, which is why I am a big proponent of young people working and being out in the world with people. Because if all we do is mess around with these devices and we don't have the EQ that goes with the human connection, it's hard to relate. It's hard to meet the moment because you really only have one big friend. I got two of them, one in each pocket. And that's cool. I like that friend too, but I like you more.
Thank you. Please join me in welcoming and thanking Bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Avanish.
Thank you.
Thank you, Milton. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Go get them now. Thank you. Woo! Thank you very much. It was great being with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
It was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
Você pode ficar aqui com a gente.
Honor to be with you.
Well, everyone, what an amazing way for us to wrap up the second day of BSV Day, huh? But there is a little bit of an elephant in the room here, right? Vai Corinthians!
Dale porco!
Well, before we start with the end of the day celebration here is a sneak peek of what you have already seen at BSV so far.
Bem-vindo ao BSV. I loved being at Brazil, Silicon Valley, and we're seeing the talent meeting the big ideas, the big problems, and solutions at scale.
O dia hoje foi um dia incrível, com muita troca, com muito conteúdo, uma qualificação enorme dos participantes aqui, que só mostram a força desse ecossistema que o Brasil está construindo de inovação, de empreendedorismo, tecnologia, que é tão importante, né, para o desenvolvimento e para o aprimoramento do nosso país.
Well, how has your experience been like so far? I want some noise.
Now, let's go back to the elephant in the room. I think everybody knows it, Isa. We're here, the heart of Silicon Valley, talking about innovation and still deeply Palmeiras and Corinthians.
Exactly, you know, people say Brazil is or used to be the land of football, right? But one thing is certain, even with artificial general intelligence, quantum computing, and autonomous agents, some things are just hard-coded.
You know, I kind of asked before ChatGPT when we walked over here who would be in the next derby, and he hallucinated on me. He gave me an error. It said, you know, whatever, Corinthians. But still, our love of football unites us, but what unites us even more is our mission here. And our mission is going to be Brazil at Silicon Valley.
And yes, it really brings us together. It really does. Well, guys, we've covered a massive amount of ground today. We started by talking about rebuilding from the inside with Brax and VL Fund, and explored building what doesn't even exist with Kalshi and Global. We dove deep into AI native infrastructure with NVIDIA and Alexia Ventures and discussed how to lead the next generation in this new age.
We touched the boundaries of physical and digital worlds, from quantum computing to psyquantum to how AI is becoming the new operational system for CPGs and healthcare at scale. We saw how AI is not about productivity only, it's about people as well.
You've heard from the best in AI and technology today. That's great. But the question isn't whether AI is going to transform Brazil, right? It will. The question is, are we going to build AI for Brazil? Or are we just going to keep exporting our best talent to build it somewhere else?
And we see this here over and over again at Brazil at Silicon Valley. You all prove that Brazil has what it takes. It has talent, it has creativity, it has scale. Brazil at Silicon Valley exists to catalyze this mindset, to create this ecosystem. The community wants to build before we have all the answers.
So, we would like to finish the day by provoking you all to think, what are you going to build?
Look at the person next to you. It can be your co-founder, it can be your first check, it can be your Series C or B, but maybe it's going to write your first check. It's going to be there with you.
Well, we expect to see all of you here tomorrow because this conversation has just started. We start sharp at 8 a.m., okay? 8 a.m., guys.
Please, 8 a.m., and what a day it's going to be. We're going to have Mike Krieger sharing lessons from Instagram and Anthropic, discussions on global AI race, and insights on moonshots and government collaboration.
We'll also explore AI beyond borders with Brazilian founders and also hear from Google leaders about building AI for everyone. So there's much more to come.
But now, time to celebrate the connections you made today.
We have a happy hour now from 6 to 8 p.m. Enjoy the food, drinks, company, and... Vai, Corinthians!
Dale, Palmeiras!